Alrighty, what's good, everyone? Joining up the stream right now. How's everybody doing today? We're gonna get the debates going here in a second. Only do send a guest request if you do meet the set of criteria that I will be putting on the TikTok screen here in a second, everyone. What's good, everyone joining in? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Alrighty. We're going to start getting the debates going here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do meet the set of criteria that I have listed here on the TikTok screen. Let's get everything going. What's up, everyone joining in? Fawcett, how you doing? Patrice, how you doing? In the green, how you doing? Heidi, how you doing? Dream, how you doing? Soapy, what's up? What's good, Nabs? How you doing? Raina, how you doing? Isabella, how you doing as well? What's good, everyone joining in the stream? We're going to start getting some debates here in a second. Only do send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're going to start getting the debates up here right now here in a second, everyone. Please, again, only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. Just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
The big, beautiful Bill.
Okay. All right, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Let's start getting up the debates, everyone. Alrighty, do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
44.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump? Because of the border issues. Also because of the recent bill that he just passed, the big beautiful bill that give Americans, the tax cut, and also give Americans who work hard each and every day overtime. So that overtime hours will not be taxed comes 2026.
Okay, so there's a few things here. The no tax on tips, no tax on overtime was supported by the Democrats. They actually wanted to maintain all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, and actually wanted to expand some of them, like the increase in the child tax credit from $2,000 a year to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18, which specifically would have given a lot more funding to middle-class families that would need it in terms of their tax money back. So Donald Trump was actually wanting to decrease taxes on rich and wealthy Americans while also increasing taxes on working class Americans by imposing tariffs, as he's done, which has caused to worse off labor market situations where we've seen decreasing amount of jobs. We've also seen increasing unemployment. We've seen upward pressure on inflation, downward pressure on real GDP, and real wage growth as well. So I don't think that that's a good thing for the economic conditions for the average person.
Well, I think that's your opinion, Parker, but
Sure.
what is wrong with giving, the tax cut to the Americans who work hard for their wealth? What's wrong with that, Parker?
Because it's going to increase taxes on people who are working for their wealth to a greater extent, who are typically in average
But
Americans that need the money themselves. I'd rather tax, income over $400,000 a year because you're taxing disposable income.
but that is just a pure evil to tax people who are doing well here in this country. Let's say, for example, let's turn the wheels, right? If you're doing well, Parker, you're making $500,000 a year. Why would an American person want to tax you heavily? I just don't get that part. And I
Well, I
think,
mean, I live
part of
in
the reason,
California. I'm okay with paying more in taxes given that I make more. I have no issue with that.
well, look at where California is right now. It's going downhill.
But yeah, number 4 GDP in the world. Right, we pay more money, like hundreds of billions of dollars, over like $100 billion more into the system than we take out of it. We're like literally funding
But if you
red
go on the
states.
street, Parker, especially in Los Angeles, if you go on the street, you're
Yeah,
seeing
and I
people
think that that's something that
walking like
needs to.
zombies.
I think that that's something that needs to be addressed. But the point is that
Okay.
Democrats address these particular issues particularly to a greater extent than Republicans. I don't see how you would say that like California specifically, right, would have a particular problem that you're referencing that doesn't exist in any other like
Well,
large city in the United
the
States.
reason I brought it up, with all fairness, the reason I brought it up is because you said you live there,
Hmm.
and the governor there is a Democrat, right?
Yeah.
Harris, who ran to be a president, came from there, right?
Yeah. What's up?
So if you're running to be a president for all Americans, why don't you take care of your own state first,
What?
and then
That's a ridiculous standpoint. Do you think New York is doing well?
what do you mean New York? Trump lives in the in Florida,
Okay.
not
Well,
New
I mean,
York.
he lives in New York and then
So I'm
also
lost
lives in
there. Can
Florida. If you
you
want to
just
reference Florida, well, okay, name one metric that Florida is doing better at comparative to California.
well, in general, Florida is doing well under the
I just want to know.
Republican, the governor.
Can you name one
They're doing
metric?
well.
Can you name one metric?
I can tell you right now, they're not like the California.
Can you give me
So
one
if you
metric that
want me to get
indicates that
into
Florida is better off?
better off than what?
Can you give me one metric that indicates that Florida is better off than California?
Well, the governor there is taking care of his own, well, let me say this. Florida economy is strong and growing with a real GDP of over $1.3 trillion in 2024,
Wait, the GDP of
outpacing the
California is
national
much larger.
average in the
California has a
GDP.
much larger GDP per capita comparative to Florida.
And yet, we're seeing number of homeless people. We're
Wait, okay,
seeing
so
the
are you
number
saying that
of
there's a
crimes in.
go ahead,
So
continue.
my reason is this, Parker, right? If you want to run to serve all Americans, I think, and this is just my opinion, I think you should focus on fixing, problems in your own state before
Well,
you
then you
can
could say the
say,
same thing that
"Hey,
Trump
I
could do
can."
this. Well, you could say this Trump could do the same thing with New York and Florida. There are obviously problems with
Trump did
Florida.
it.
Trump didn't. Florida's not 100%, fixed. You act like there's no problems
Congress
in
passed
Florida.
Congress passed President Trump's historic, recession package, which will save taxpayers
What?
$9 billion in
Wait,
wasteful.
which one? Which one?
The big beautiful bill that he
The
just
big beautiful
passed,
bill adds
right?
$3.4 trillion to the debt, cuts over 10 million people off their
And it
access
will
to health
it will
insurance. It cuts 2.5 million people off their access to food stamps on average every single month, and cuts over 420,000 children off of access to free school lunch and breakfast, again on average every single month. So I mean, that big beautiful bill, definitely is not a good bill. It's a horrible bill.
Okay, in your opinion, it is, but for
No, no,
people
in
who work
reality, it is.
overtime each and every week, like myself, right? I work overtime, at least 26 hours overtime every week. I'm looking forward to have that money not being taxed. That means a lot to me. If it doesn't mean a lot to you, I'm sorry, but it does mean a lot to me because that is going to take care of my bills as we speak. Also, another reason why I supported
Do you
Trump.
make over $400,000 a year?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you've increased your
I
taxes by
wish I
voting for
do.
Donald Trump because tariffs will disproportionately raise your taxes because you have an increased cost on your consumer products, disproportionately
Well,
comparative to other individuals.
paying taxes is actually a responsibility. To be honest with you.
You said paying taxes is a responsibility.
Yeah, it is a responsibility.
Okay, so then you don't have an issue with increasing taxes on rich individuals as that's their responsibility.
No, you said
Oh,
targeted
cooked.
individuals. That's why.
Cooked. Yeah, no, seriously, like you're totally okay with taxing disproportionately lower income individuals, but you have such an issue with taxing rich Americans, which again, this policy harms you, yet you're still voting for it. It literally increases
It
your taxes
doesn't.
to give tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires, and you're like, that's amazing.
It it doesn't harm
It
me.
does.
And another reason why I supported him is because of the border
It does in
issue.
comparison to Harris's policy because again, she wanted to keep all of those tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, and she was only going to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year. So
She was all talk though. She never did anything under the Biden administration, and she was. Let me just remind you, She was the vice president, right? What did she really do? Nothing.
Yeah, I can tell you. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, including the Inflation Reduction Act. I have a question. Do you think that she slept her way to
Still
the top?
lost.
I have a question. Do you think she slept her way to
Still
the top?
lost.
Do you think she slept her way to the top?
Possibility.
Oh,
Possibility. Why did
well,
she
you
become
know.
a senator
Well, actually,
in the
funny thing is,
California? She probably
did you
did.
hear about the Epstein emails?
Oh, okay. So now we're going
No, wait,
to
hold
the
up. I'm just,
e-files.
who's Bubba? Do you know who Bubba is?
Biden.
No. Do you know who Bubba is?
Biden.
No. It's Bill Clinton. Okay, that's the typical name
Yeah.
that's applicable to. Why do the emails say that Putin has a video of Trump blowing Bubba?
Yeah. Okay.
Did-
I don't.
did- did
entertain
Trump
those.
did Trump sleep his way to the top?
No, he did not. Why would he? I mean, the guy's a billionaire.
Why would he? I mean, why does the email say that?
He didn't need to do all those extra stuff that that Harris actually did.
You don't. Wait, what are you talking about? Who do you think she slept with?
And everybody that he can name. How did she become a
Everyone you can
senator
name.
and
No.
a
You
vice
name
president?
name the particular person you think she slept with to sleep with specifically to get to the top.
Oh well, I'm not in the business to do that.
Okay, so
but
you
I
have
think
no
she's a
clue. You have no
terrible-
clue yet. You say
she's
it's
a
applicable to her.
she's a
But there's
terrible-
actually
she's a
emails
terrible-
that Donald Trump literally sucked Bubba, and apparently you don't look at that to say that he slept his way to the top. But apparently you do say it for Kamala Harris, which you can't even mention who you think she quote unquote slept with. Like genuinely.
Hey, Dean.
Why
I
don't
think
based
that
upon the
email
same
is
reasoning?
legit.
Based on the same reasoning, why
Parker,
don't you
Parker,
think
Parker,
that
let me-
why don't
let
you
me
think
just
that
say
Donald
this.
Trump sucked his way to the top?
He did not
Answer
do
the
that.
question.
Come on.
Do you think that Donald Trump
That is
sucked
just
his way to
sick.
the top?
That is just sick of you, Parker. Do you even think?
It's not. What do you mean? It's sick of
Trump
me.
did that.
You just said that Kamala Harris slept her way to the top. Possibly you think that, and then apparently you have such
You
an
asked
issue with
me
this
the
being
question.
applicable
I
to
never
Donald
brought
Trump,
it.
when apparently
brought it
maybe
up.
based upon your own reasoning he might have sucked his way to the top.
That's the problem with you, Parker, because you always try to, deflect reality.
There's no deflection. There's no deflection.
Now you're bringing up.
If you
you're
think
bringing
based
up
upon that
something
reasoning-
it's not true.
Wait, no, I'm using your reasoning against you. If you think that
Where did
Kamala
that
Harris
email
quote unquote
come from?
slept her way to the top, well then why don't you think that
Where-
Donald Trump sucked his way to the top? Answer the
Parker,
question.
Where did that email come from?
It's from the Epstein estate, and you can find it on the House Oversight Committee.
Okay, which was released by who? Dems,
What do you mean?
Right.
The
Okay,
Democrats.
there you go.
The
That is
Democrats
my,
released
That
it.
is my.
Therefore, it's
that is
false.
my-
The Democrats
How did
released
you
it.
get it?
Therefore, it's false. It's from the Epstein estate.
Then who released it? Parker. Just be honest with the audience here.
What? Can you repeat what you're saying?
Who released that?
Yeah, I already answered this question.
Okay, but who released it though? The Dems?
We've already answered this question multiple times. Do you want me to say it again?
Okay,
It was
say
from
it.
the House
Let me hear it.
Oversight Committee, right? You could say is Democrat affiliated if
How-
you want, but it's from the
Yeah,
Epstein
okay,
estate.
there
We
you
know
go.
what the source of information is.
But that's not true though. If that's something that you want to run with, go for it. But at the end of the day, you have to talk about something that you know is realistic stuff. So
What
for
do
you
we
to
need to
suggest
talk about?
otherwise, that Trump slept his way all the way to the top is just not.
It's
realistic
ridiculous,
stuff.
right? It's ridiculous, right? So
It's-
then why don't
it's
you
not
say the
realistic.
same thing? Well, okay, so then why don't you say the same thing about Kamala Harris? But yet you're willing to believe it
Because
about
you're the
Kamala
one
Harris, but
who
you're not
came
willing
up
to
with
believe
the
it about Donald
question.
Trump.
I told you.
I'm highlighting your hypocrisy.
Okay, so now you don't want to talk about the reality of why I voted for Trump, why I still support Trump.
Yeah, I'm asking you why you believe this about Kamala Harris, but you won't believe it about Donald Trump. Because I'm trying to highlight to you that it's not good reasoning from your own perspective.
Because I think you were smoked, Parker, because, the Harris never did a darn thing in California. She just kept going from position to position to position to better herself. And that's why the California is going downhill as we speak.
I don't think California is quote unquote going downhill because of Kamala Harris. You said that she
Oh yeah,
did not.
because of
You
the
said that
leadership
she.
there.
You said. Wait, I have a question. You said that she did nothing. Then how could she have caused it to go downward if she didn't do anything?
She didn't do anything. That's why the country, the state is going downhill,
Okay, so when was she in office?
and that's why
And wait,
Americans.
what?
That's
Wait,
why
wait.
Americans
What was her
rejected
job?
her
Can you tell me
to
one of
be
the?
a president.
Can you tell me one of the jobs that she had in California?
Yeah, attorney general, all the way to the senator.
Okay. Okay. So then here's my question. Okay, you think
Yeah,
that because she quote unquote did nothing, that's what led to California being worse, right? How could it have trended
yeah,
worse because of the fact that she didn't influence policy? Wouldn't it have just stayed the same?
yeah. Because all the Dems do, they buy votes.
Okay,
They
you just
offer
so do
free
you admit
stuff.
that what you said didn't really make any sense? Because if she didn't do anything, that would have just meant that it stayed the same, not that it got worse. That wouldn't make
If
any
she did
sense.
something, the state would be in a better shape, right?
Okay. So you're saying you wish she should have done something. What do you think she should have done instead?
Fix the crime in California,
By
and
doing what?
also
By
take
by
care
do- by
take
doing
care
what?
of take care of the homelessness in
By
California
doing
by
what? As the
focusing by
as an
empowering
attorney
by
as an
empowering.
attorney general?
Yeah,
That's
your
you
primary
don't
job as
address
attorney general.
attorney general doesn't
Your
address
primary job
homelessness.
as attorney general, you take care of the crimes in your state, right? And by doing that, you support all the police departments, local townships, and state, the police departments by all means, so that they are there on the street to make sure that they
So you support
enforce
police.
the
So you
law.
support police. So like would supporting
Of course,
police
I do.
include pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th and calling those people who did that patriots? Would that be supporting the police?
Well, we're talking about Harris here, right?
Wait, no, I'm just
Now
genuinely asking a question.
you're changing the topic.
Oh no, this is no change of the topic. I'm just asking, would that be an example of like,
No, you
treating the
can't beat
police
up.
better?
You can't beat the police. You
So
can't.
like you wouldn't support a candidate that pardoned someone and called them a patriot who beat a police officer, right?
There is more to that than just a soundbite that
What's
you're trying to
what
do
more
right
to that
here.
is there? Can you tell me?
Because what you're trying to refer here, Parker, is that President Trump pardoned those people who were accused
Uh,
of the terrible, action at, for the January 6th.
Accused? No.
But you have to. You
No,
have to.
he pardoned people who admitted to it themselves, assaulting police officers. We had the officer testify to the fact that they were assaulted. We had the specific like injuries that they particularly had. Do you think that they just injured themselves? They were convicted. A jury indicated this to be the case, right? They were sentenced, and Donald Trump pardoned them after they assaulted police officers. Are you trying to really act like they didn't assault police officers? Are you trying to lie right
They
now and
did.
act like that wasn't real?
I'm not lying. I'm not lying whatsoever. They did, and then they did their time in prison, right?
No, they didn't do
So
their
when
time. That's
somebody
why Donald
did,
Trump had to pardon
they
him.
did.
Wait,
They
you
did.
understand that
They
means
were
that they
sent to
didn't
prison.
do their time because Donald Trump pardoned them.
They did. No, they did their time in prison. That's
No, they
why
didn't. No,
they
they
got
didn't. That's
pardoned.
why Donald Trump pardoned them.
What do
When
you
he
mean they
pardoned
did? They
them,
were sent
that
to
limited
prison.
them from doing their time.
Yeah, they went to prison, Parker. They did whatever little time that they did in prison is counted as time served.
Yeah, but it wasn't what their time served was supposed to be. Donald
Yeah,
Trump released
the time
them.
served. Well, the time can be cut if the president deem
This
that these people, have been, punished, enough, and that's what
this
happened.
wasn't even him commuting their sentence. This was him pardoning them of their crimes,
Yeah, he
which means
did.
it
He
gets rid
pardoned
of
them
the
because,
charge.
yeah, he pardoned them
Yeah,
because
so you think that they shouldn't have a
he
charge for assaulting a police officer?
they should have a charge, and they did.
Okay, so he
And they were
shouldn't have
sent to prison.
Wait, so if they should have had a charge, then Trump shouldn't have pardoned them.
They learned their lessons, Parker.
Wait, what do you mean they
They
learned
did.
their lesson? What the fuck are you talking about?
They
They
admit
assaulted police officers.
admit
What do
to
you mean
it.
they
They
learned
went
their
to
lesson?
prison.
What are you
They
talking
admit to
about?
it. They admit to it. They went to prison and they were pardoned by the president,
Okay, so
which
by the
is
way,
in his
so
right.
how did Kamala Harris treat police officers that you think is so treacherously horrible that you think is actually that this treatment of police officers is preferable?
Because she didn't, the support, funding the police departments in her state. During her
The Biden
time
Harris
as the
administration
attorney,
literally
as
advocated to
the
increase
attorney,
funds for the
as
police. That's like literally something they did. That I mean, they were getting
as the
pushback
attorney
themselves for.
general.
And you understand that like a lot of people try to go after Kamala Harris for literally doing her job and enforcing the law and literally providing the funding for these things. Like a lot of people critique her of this. So the fact that you're acting like she didn't do this is kind of ironic.
Okay, what exactly did Harris do that people were going after her?
Well, people obviously go after her for specifically enforcing the law and the connotation of like people who particularly violated probation.
Like what? Give me an example.
There's like an example of specifically like 45 people where specifically they went to prison after violating their probation. Like is an enforcement of the law under her administration, and then people
Okay,
particularly were critiquing that. So I mean, that's like
okay.
an
I think
active
Harris at
address
this
of the
point,
enforcement of the law.
Harris at this point is invalid. The reason I came on your show is to tell you why I still support Trump.
Yeah,
And
go
I
ahead.
think I proved my point
I don't think you did.
by saying that, the big, beautiful bill give, tax break to people who work more than 40 hours a week. Okay. And then another reason, the second reason I support him is because of the security at the
The
border.
overtime tax cuts would have happened under a Democratic administration as well.
It
Very
would,
likely.
but it didn't happen. It didn't happen when Harris was actually the
And
vice
also, like,
president,
how can you
sir.
ignore the 420,000 children being cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month because of the big beautiful bill?
Listen,
How can you ignore that?
listen. We can pick things in that bill all we want, but at the end of the day,
Wait,
if
no.
you
How
just
how can you
allow
overlook that?
the, well, the thing is, there are other ways that those programs could be, compensated. For example, right? I'm a hardworking American, right? And if I have children in daycare, and I'm getting this untaxed overtime money, I can afford to pay for that. Those are the ways that people should be able to look into it deeper rather than
Do you
just
have
saying that,
children?
oh my god, he is. Yes, I do.
You would have got a greater tax credit that would have given you more money in terms of an increase in the child tax credit than specifically what you are going to get through the overtime. Like I'm
Obama
serious
did
because
that,
it's
it
the
didn't make
overtime's a
any difference.
deduction.
Obama
What's that?
did that, it didn't make any difference.
No. She wanted to increase it to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life,
It,
3,600 to them being 5 years old, 3,000
it
to them
was
being
all
18.
just talk. It was just all talk.
Okay, so you
We
just say
have
that
no
it's all
proof
talk
that
for
she would
Kamala
actually
Harris. Wait,
carry it on.
you say it was all talk for Kamala Harris, but Donald Trump did so many things that were all just talk. He specifically said he was going to get rid of income tax. He said he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. He said he was going to drop the Epstein files. He said that he was going to literally reduce grocery prices and gas prices. I mean, I can point to a million things.
And the prices of eggs, came down, right?
Because of bird flu, like bird flu happened. Every other grocery you can reference
Okay.
increase in price.
So if something happened naturally,
Wait, that
it's
literally bird
because
flu
of
had
whatever
nothing to do with
happened.
Biden or Trump.
You
Like that
you
literally
just
it
don't
coming down had
have
nothing
a
to do with
room
Trump.
to even you don't even have a room to even give a man a credit for what he said, right?
I'm
So the
not going to give
prices
him
of
credit
eggs
for
came
things that he
down.
didn't cause.
Yeah, so that's just like the hatred right there, Parker.
It's
It's not
hatred for
being
me to
realistic.
not give him credit for things that he didn't cause.
He's actually doing his best. Look at the wars that he actually stopped, right?
I mean, he's been literally starting conflicts. He literally murdered over 60 people off
Look,
the coast of Venezuela in international waters with no evidence that they had drugs. And even if they did,
well,
it would
those
just
are
make sense to
criminals.
detain
Parker,
them
I'm
once they get
sorry.
to
I'm
U.S.
sorry to
waters.
disagree with
You
you.
say it's okay to do that because they're criminals. Well, then would you think it's okay to drone strike Donald Trump because he's a criminal? Would you think it's okay to drone
No,
strike the violent rioters who
Donald
beat
Trump
police
is not
officers
a
on January
criminal.
6th because they're criminals?
Donald Trump is not a criminal. Otherwise,
Donald
he would
Trump is
never
a
became
convicted criminal.
president.
Donald Trump was
How
convicted
many
of
how many
34
criminals?
felonies.
How many convicted criminals became
34
president of the United
felonies.
States? Zero.
Donald Trump.
Zero.
Donald Trump. Donald
Right?
Trump is literally a
Yeah.
convicted felon.
Again, that is
Donald
a
Trump is a
soundbite.
convicted felon.
As a soundbite, politically, the politically motivated stuff, charges,
Okay. So
to
you
silence him.
you don't accept the conclusions from the criminal court.
Well, that was a politically motivated stuff. Otherwise, more
You just
Americans,
say everything
millions
is
of
politically
Americans
motivated.
would have never voted for him, because those people who voted for him saw a clear, picture that Donald Trump was trying to be silent because he's a disruptor. That's what he does.
Yeah, he's disrupting the markets. He's causing a reduction in the level of jobs, increasing the level of unemployment, decreasing the level of real GDP growth. I mean, yeah, he's a disruptor. He makes shit worse. He's a 34 count felon.
Yeah, he
Again, he
makes
was
things
convicted of the
better,
felonies,
sir.
and you didn't accept any of the felonies that are applicable to him.
Those are phony, charges, Parker, and you know it.
You think
You
they're
know it.
fraudulent? What basis?
You know it.
Okay, what basis of it being fraudulent do you have?
How many convicted criminals became, president of the United States of America? Zero, right?
You keep saying that.
Why did millions
But
of
Donald
people
Trump
voted
is
for
literally
Trump?
wait, I'm sorry. Donald Trump is a convicted criminal, okay?
Okay,
literally is.
so what? He's a president. Is your president? Is my president?
okay,
Is America's
so-
president?
That doesn't make him not a
So?
criminal.
Oh, well, yeah, he's doing well, and that's why I supported him, and that's why millions of Americans actually supported him.
Yeah, okay,
And
so you say
still
he's
support
doing
him.
well, that's why you support him. But again, you're not really giving a basis in reasoning at all for being
I
like,
just told
why
you,
he's doing
Parker.
well and what specifically is
I just told
is the
you.
reason why you support him. Because you said, again, in terms of being
You
a
just
criminal.
ignore it.
I didn't ignore it. I addressed every point.
Yeah, well, I just told you why I supported him, and the man is doing what he said he was going to do, taking care of the criminals.
Really? Like what?
Giving
Taking
America
care of the you mean
tax
himself?
break.
You mean himself? Taking care of the criminals?
Well, the criminals they're trying to hurt America. He's taking care of those criminals. They have been deported, and he's actually going after them. No president in the history of the United States will do what President Trump is doing right now. So
Okay, so
we
so
are
I don't even know what
actually in
you're.
a
So if
better
you're talking about
shape security-wise.
if you're talking about deportations, that doesn't put us in a better state. It puts us in a worse state because you're talking about 70% of people who are detained by
How?
ICE have no prior criminal record. You're not even spending your time deporting people who are actually a threat to our safety and security of our communities. Right? Donald Trump is actively releasing violent criminals into the country. He is a violent sex offender himself. He literally is a convicted
No, he's
felon.
not.
And you just sit there and you say
Please,
all of those specific
take that
things
back.
are
He's
just
not.
fake news. No, he is. He is a violent sex offender. He
He's not.
absolutely is.
He's not.
Yes, he is. He was held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
That was politically motivated stuff.
Okay, can you
Parker.
name one
Wake
piece
up.
of name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
Every piece of evidence that were presented.
Name one piece of evidence in the case
what?
that
Those people
name
are going
wait
to
answer the
jail as
question.
we speak. If they
Na-
haven't
name one
went to
piece of
jail.
evidence in the case that you dispute.
So,
Name one
lying,
piece.
lying
Name
is
one piece
actually
of
a
evidence in
crime
the case you
United
dispute.
States of America.
Name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute.
Lying is actually the crime in the U.S.
No,
So,
it's not.
anyways, let's go back.
Then Donald Trump
to
would be in
the-
prison
to-
for literally
to the
committing
border.
Then Donald Trump would be in prison for committing adultery on multiple different occasions. But specifically, if you want to
Adultery.
reference this again, you have no basis for even
Adultery.
you have no basis for saying that she lied. One, two, as it relates to this, can you?
Adultery.
We actually have a basis for saying Trump lied because he said they never met. There was pictures of them together that were submitted in the context of the court system. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that they're either both his type or both not his type. So he would have sexually abused her either way. So the idea and the argument that you're bringing up right now is actually indicating that Donald Trump has committed even more crimes that you would accept. But apparently, you're not going to apply it whenever it's Trump.
If he was committing crimes, he would be impeached and removed.
Oh,
He's not.
I mean, he has
And
been
that's what
impeached in the
kills
past,
the
but
Dems.
I mean,
That's
I
what
think he
kills
should be
the
impeached.
liberals.
I think he should be impeached. Do you agree that if he's committed crimes, he should be impeached?
In your opinion,
No, I'm
you
asking
think he
you.
is, but in
I'm asking
reality,
you.
He's
I'm
doing
asking you.
great.
Do
He's
you
doing
think
great
that?
as
Do you
our
think that if
president.
he's committed? Wait, hold up. Do you think if he's committed crimes that he should be impeached?
Anybody that committing the crimes should be impeached.
Okay,
Look what
yeah,
happened to
Trump should be
President
impeached.
Clinton.
Woo! Trump shouldn't be impeached.
he's
Let's
not.
go,
He's
Trump!
not doing any of
Impeach that motherfucker!
Yeah, he
Impeach
can
him.
hype up.
Let's go! Impeach Trump. Impeach Trump! Impeach Trump! Let's go! Yo, you're on board for impeaching Trump? Let's go! Because he's
No,
committed
it's not.
crimes.
He's not committing crimes, Parker. Stop.
He literally
Stop
has.
promoting propaganda stuff.
I'm not promoting propaganda. I can
That's the
show you. He was
problem in this
convicted
country.
and sentenced of 34 felonies.
And sentence.
Yeah.
Why was he not in prison then if he was
Because
actually sentenced?
because he became president. Yeah, that's literally the reason.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Now you can't touch him, right?
Oh, okay. So
That's
okay,
what
so,
eats you.
Wait. I thought
That's
you
what eats
wait,
you alive.
Wait. You just argued that he should be impeached if he's been committing crimes, and he has. And then are you
If
arguing that he
is
shouldn't be impeached?
committing, is he is actively committing crimes?
Yeah,
a
like
president
violating the
should be
law,
impeached.
like breaking the law. I have multiple examples.
Like
right?
what law? Like what law?
Yeah, he's violating multiple of our
violating?
constitutionally protected rights: our First Amendment right, our Second Amendment right, our Fourth Amendment right, our Fifth Amendment right, and our 14th Amendment right. He's also specifically
In what way?
Yeah, I can, and he also has violated international law in plenty of circumstances. I can point to those particularly. But in First Amendment, he put people, or actually the bill that or executive order he passed said he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which has been determined by the Supreme Court to be protected by the First Amendment. There's also been federal courts that have been determining that he's been violating people's free speech rights. Like, for example, Mahmoud Khalil, right, was detained for over 100 days without due process for saying Free Palestine, which violated his First Amendment rights. That's an example. I can keep going.
Well, you can keep going, but all those cases are isolated, the cases that are questionable in the eyes of the law. Otherwise, President Trump would have been already held accountable.
Really?
Listen,
Really?
the man is doing great, Parker, and
Okay,
you
wait.
should be proud
Do you
of
think it was
President Trump.
Do you think it was a violation of international law for him to murder people off the coast of Venezuela in international waters?
Those were criminals. They can be.
There was no
they're
evidence
taken
given
out.
to Congress that
No
that
doubt.
was true.
There were
There was
evidence.
no
There were
evidence
more
given to
than
Congress.
evidence.
No evidence given to Congress that was true. And secondly, even if that
You
was
don't need
true,
a Congress approval.
secondly, if that was true, you literally can just detain them once they get into U.S. waters. You have no jurisdiction in international waters. From one, two, you can't just murder people with no evidence given to Congress. There has not been evidence given to Congress.
Yes, you can.
You have no basis for that.
Yes,
No,
you can
cannot.
as a president.
No,
As a
there was no
president, you
war.
can.
There was
There
no
are
war
certain
that was
things
enacted
that
here.
you don't need approval from the Congress.
You
Parker.
need to show evidence to Congress.
Well, the evidence is there. It was shown, and he took,
It
the
wasn't. There was
executive,
no
the-
evidence
the
shown to
decision
Congress.
as a president.
There was no
He's
evidence
actually
shown to
empowered
Congress.
to take decision at any given time to carry out his duty as the president of the United States, and that's what he did. So if you feel
but
bad
what,
about
do you
the
at least
criminals
at least
that
acknowledge
lost their
it was?
lives,
Do you at least
so be
acknowledge?
it.
Dude, I'm sorry. There was no basis in intelligence that they were criminals or they have committed any of those crimes. And if that
There were
was the
physical
case,
evidence.
even if that was
Those
the
were
case,
bad people.
you're still violating international law. So he's breaking the law. So you said any president
What
who
is the
breaks the law.
international? What is the
Oh, you just-
international
you
law
ju-
doing as we speak?
I'm sorry. You don't care about international law.
What is the international law is doing as we speak about that incident that occurred, taking out bad, people?
So you're saying because there's no enforcement mechanism on behalf of international law, you don't care about it?
Yes, there is a zero. So that international law,
Because
they
there's no
can,
enforcement
say
mechanism in international law against the United States, you're saying that
there is
because
nothing,
of that.
no enforcement mechanism
Wait, so
when
that
it
does
comes
that
to
mean,
that.
okay? So
President
then
of the United States
so then
can
by
make
the way,
decision
he would
because
argue
he's empowered.
this type of reasoning would argue the same thing because the Supreme Court
Okay.
doesn't have an enforcement mechanism. You can just not listen to them.
Listen, that international law, we can't follow it.
Wait, no, hold on.
Because that's the reason why bad actors in the world continue to do bad things to people, to children, to women, to men alike, right? And so that's why I don't know if you took a note of what I said earlier when I joined you, that President Trump is a disruptor, and that's what we need in this society. Somebody who can disrupt all these, the things that people are used to,
Like
that
intellectual
are
thought
supposed
processes.
to be. I'm sorry.
Like intellectual thought processes. You understand that that's what he's
No.
disrupted, right?
No, it's not. He's
I mean,
disrupting rotten.
Can I? So then, do you think all of the different emails are just fake news? You don't think that Epstein actually said that Donald Trump was the worst person he knew? Epstein knew a lot of bad people, but didn't
He
know people
never
as bad as Trump.
Trump name was never mentioned in those the communication stuff.
Yes, yes, it was.
Where?
I literally just gave you an example. He said that
No,
he
his
knew a
name
lot
was
of bad
never
people.
mentioned.
He said
They
he knew. He said he knew.
they
He
continue
said
to
he knew a
say
lot of.
him,
He said
his.
he knew a lot of bad people, but none as
It
bad.
could be you. All I care.
He said again. He said that he's known a lot of bad people, but he's none as bad as Donald Trump. And then also, he called him Dirty Don. Like, I mean, there are
Dirty
plenty
Don.
of
It
yeah.
could
And
be any Don in the world. You know.
dude, he was talking about Trump. He literally
How do you
referenced
know
Trump.
he was talking about Trump?
He said
That's the
Trump
problem. We just
verbatim.
make our own conclusion and said, okay, Don or Trump is mentioned in this and all that stuff. Until you actually mention his name and his involvement,
Trump?
then
Is Trump his
Parker,
name? Is
what
Trump his
happened?
name?
What that guy did. We're talking about Epstein. What he
Dude,
did
I'm asking you, is Trump his name?
did in that communication. Trump name was not mentioned.
Yes, it was. I just told you.
No,
You're
it
being
was not.
disingenuous.
I'm being realistic with you, Parker. I'm not.
No, you're
being
being disingenuous.
dishonest. So I think I proved my point of the supporting and why millions of Americans still support the President Trump. We should be supporting our president and continue to hope that more things, more great things are ahead of us.
Okay. No, you should not support the president again. You just literally think that everything is fake news that applies that Donald Trump has done stuff that's
No,
bad.
that's not
Like
what I
literally
said.
everything that indicates that Donald Trump has done something that's bad, you just say is fake
He's
news.
the
You
best.
just say isn't real
He's the
information,
best.
and you don't accept it. Is there anything Donald
He's
Trump
the
could
best.
do? Is there anything Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
If he violates the laws, if he's committing crimes like you're alleging,
Okay.
of course nobody.
We actually literally showed you how he was. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Charlie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Altered, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's gonna be diabolical. Harold, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Harold in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Harold. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jillian with the $13 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll have to check that. Chico, thank you for the $1. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Scarlett with the $2. Happy birthday, Scarlett. Happy birthday. Madison, thank you for the $4. Thank you so much. Yes, Madison, wait, please tell me. Please tell me. Please tell me. And then Hayden, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I would love to. Let's go on the next individual here real quick. Everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, my name's Tony, and I'm 20 years old. Nice to meet you, Parker.
Do you support Trump?
About 75% of what decisions he makes, but I don't agree with everything he does. But
Okay.
yeah, mostly about most decisions he makes.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably still Donald Trump.
Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
For a bit of context, Parker, I'm aware that you live in LA, California, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I live over here, down here in Texas, so we have a bit more different perspectives and stuff. The biggest things I see is probably just how very shift in prices. The very big thing is that I saw during the height of Biden's presidency, gas went up to about maybe $3.89. It is now down to about $2.25.
You said what was?
Gas.
No, gas has gone from 307.6 to 316, according to the Energy Information Administration. And I mean, if you've
In
gone to your local
Texas?
gas station, gas prices have gone up.
Do I need to take a picture of the gas station down my street?
Yeah, possibly, because I mean, if you look at the gas prices, they've gone up from a national average. So I don't know what magical area you live in.
Uh, East Texas.
Okay. So I just want to let you know if we look at like national prices, prices have gone up.
It's going to vary definitely from state to state, depending on the governor and policies that you have placed in there. But Texas, being how conservative it is, I'd say that's probably Greg Abbott. Well, while I don't exactly like the guy, I don't think he likes Trump either. But I think they are still willing to work together. I believe that is why it has gone down so much.
Okay. Well, again, do you have like any evidence that specifically within the state of Texas as a whole, it's gone down over that time period? Because again, the national average indicates otherwise. I don't see any specific evidence to indicate that as well.
Yeah, that's because
If you want to look
it's
at
gonna vary by state.
if you want to look at overall prices, prices have gone up across the board, right? There's upward pressure on prices since Trump got in office.
Then how come I haven't felt that being in Texas?
I don't know how you haven't. I mean, that's everyone's been feeling that. Everyone's been seeing that. You can't just deny it.
Deny it? What do you mean? I'm not denying. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I literally told you. There's clear evidence indicating that there's been higher upward pressure on prices since Trump got in office.
Then you tell me why has it not gone upward in certain parts of Texas?
I can't tell you, man. Maybe you live in this specific place of Texas where apparently there's no inflation, but everywhere else around the United States there has been.
Okay, okay, fine, sure. But another thing is that you said uh, prices for eggs have only ever gone down because of bird flu, correct?
Yeah, the prices and compared to Biden's administration went down because of the fact that bird flu happened under Biden's administration at the very end, right? That was spreading a lot, so there was a reduction in the supply.
And that happened throughout the entirety of Biden's presidency?
That was the very end, right?
Very
It was
end.
like the main spread, and then
Okay.
there was global inflation also under the Biden-Harris administration that affected the Biden-Harris administration massively because of the pandemic.
Okay. Then do you think that that has affected the entirety 4 years of Biden's presidency?
Do I think what it did?
Do you think it affected the entire presidency of Biden
I think that was across practically the whole administration for Biden. Yeah.
administration? So do you think it's going to continue that is going to continue into Trump's administration?
I think that if this same trend down in eggs would have happened if Democrats were in office.
So you think it would have exactly what have
If
happened
anything, it would
now
have gone
if
down more because there wouldn't have been the tariffs in place.
eggs for me are like $1.97.
Okay. Again, I don't see these magical prices for eggs, right? But I don't see like what's your point? Like
It's just gonna vary because I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like oh everything or absolutely everyone is gonna magically go down or go up. It's really gonna depend on your economic status, where you are, what state you're in, policies you have really. So I kind of don't really like to look at a very global thing is always going to go up or down based on who's president. It
I'm
really
looking at
does
the
break down to
national
counties.
average. I'm pointing to like things that are relative to the policies that Trump's enacted. If you would like
And
to
why is it not?
mention, what's up?
Oh, sorry. My question is, then why is it not affecting every single one of those counties or states or cities?
Dude, I don't know where the fuck you live. If you're just gonna keep saying in response to everything that I brought up that, that's just not the case for me, specifically this one specific county randomly in the middle of fucking nowhere in Texas, like I'm not that's a ridiculous thing to say. Like genuinely, I'm giving you national
Okay.
averages. Respond to the overall broading point, or I'm just gonna go on to the next person. This seems like a waste of my time.
Okay, fine. We don't have to go on about that. Another big thing that why don't I
You
didn't
gonna
really
respond to what I
support.
just said or no?
Oh, what?
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
December 5th, 1995.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd say I'd probably, I mean, he's obviously blew it. And by blew it, I mean Bubba.
So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's
Hey
up, how old are you?
Parker, hop on Houston, bro, please, man. Like, I'm waiting for you to play first.
So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
How's it going? 20.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd still say Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. Aaliyah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $9. Benjamin, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Literally, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube real quick, and then we'll go on to the conversation real quick. Have you been on my stream before, by the way?
It's my first time.
Okay. What state do you live in?
California.
What time is it?
It's 11:14.
It's not 11:14 in California. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? All right. Like, I don't know why he didn't pick, like, a state that would be, like, if he's on the East Coast, I don't know why he didn't pick, like, a state that would have been on the East Coast of the United States. I really don't understand that one. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
I did before you changed me.
Oh, base. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Oh, it's not even, yeah, it's not even 11 o'clock on the East Coast, yeah. You know, it's about you. How old are you? Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Do give it a second for people to join up. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hello?
Yeah, how old are you? Solid. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Do give it a second for people to join up, everyone. Trying to get someone up here. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. Only do send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, Samantha, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, alright, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
And are you driving?
No, I'm passenger seat.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. Renee, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. John, I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. M1, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you. Stacy, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Yeah, every once in a while, yeah. Feshi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Just Too Wise, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, the real thank you. I appreciate the $5. Thank you, thank you. Nina, thank you for the 5. Pristine, thank you for the $2. Jason, thank you so much for the £10. Thank you. Charles with the $10. Thank you. And then Sunnyside, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. All right, I'm fully caught up there. Carolyn, thank you so much for appreciating the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Carolyn. Can we get some W's for Carolyn in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Carolyn. That is so kind of you. J King, thank you as well for the Galaxy. Really appreciate it. Alrighty. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I got a question for you. Why
What's
do you
up?
think he named it the Big Beautiful Bill?
I'm guessing you're trolling.
I love you, Parker.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. So the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Tris, thank you so much for the heart signal. Thank you. And Libby, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. No, seriously, Libby. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Maybe the amount of MAGA are diminishing. Like there's been less people supporting MAGA. Maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe so. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's get the next person up here real quick. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
September 29, 2006.
And you said you're how old again?
No, I just turned 19 this year.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
I mean, I don't really care about him. I like his policies. I don't know, like gas prices, military funding.
Gas prices have gone up since Trump got in office. Military prices go up under either administration.
Man, fuck no. Not where I live.
Gas prices have gone up since Trump got in office. If you look at the Energy Information Administration.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I can't prove you wrong, but like, I don't know. You seem pretty smart.
You can go to the Energy Information Administration and you can verify my information.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. But like, yeah, I mean, I don't support LGBTQ either. Like, that's another topic too.
Why?
Like, I'm just
what's wrong with being gay?
I mean, I wasn't like raised. I'm Catholic, bro. And like, I wasn't like raised that way. Like,
okay. What's wrong with
I'm
being
very,
gay?
I mean, ain't nothing wrong with being gay. It's just not what I really.
So if there's
I don't
nothing wrong with
know.
being gay, then why don't you support the LGBTQ+ community?
I mean, it's not that I don't support it, but I wouldn't fund it. You know, like Democrats too.
You wouldn't fund it? What do you mean by fund it?
Like, there's like, and they're like, what are they called? Like things they do to like promote it and like just like fund it like economically. Like, isn't that a thing?
Okay, so then you don't support Trump, right?
I mean, I don't. I'm a Republican more than I don't care about Trump. I'm just like a Republican, you know.
No, I'm just
And
asking how do you feel about Trump blowing Bubba? I think there's nothing morally wrong with it outside of the fact that they cheated on both of their significant others. Right? There's nothing wrong with engaging in gay intercourse. If you think that's wrong, do you think it was wrong?
I mean, you do have a point, but like I said, bro,
How?
I'm
Like
not
how
really
how
like. Wait, keep talking. What?
yeah. Well, what's wrong with gay intercourse under your view? And you have a little bit of a feedback. Is there a way you can fix that?
Bro, it's just not right. Like, isn't that like all in the Bible? Like,
Okay, where in the Bible?
I don't know. Like I said, bro, I can't prove you wrong, but I'm pretty sure I've heard that like God is not a he doesn't approve like gay marriage or something like that. Like,
Okay, so it sounds like you don't really care much about what the Bible says because you clearly haven't like looked into it.
well, like like I've seen videos, but
Can you name the first 4 books of the New Testament?
nah, bro. Like, listen,
So
it's not that
you don't
deep.
know Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
I mean, I probably seen some videos about them, but like I said, I forget because I don't take that seriously like that.
Okay, so if you don't take it seriously like that, then why do you take it seriously like that whenever referencing gay intercourse or like the LGBTQ plus community?
Bro, because it's like it's something that the world like. I mean, most you can't say that most people don't like view that as like something wrong. Like,
No, that's not
most
true.
people don't. No, not many
What?
people.
No, you can't even give me a reason why you think it's wrong. You just have bigotry without any type of reasonable basis to it, because that's what bigotry is. Bigotry has no good reason. It's stupid.
So
Like
why do
genuinely,
you?
what's wrong with being gay? You can't even tell us.
Can you tell me what's not wrong about being gay?
That's like saying what's not wrong with being straight.
What do you mean? Like, we are naturally supposed to be straight. Like, what do you
And
mean?
people are naturally gay too.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not gay, so I wouldn't tell you. Like, I couldn't explain how being gay is like not wrong, but like I said,
You can't
like,
explain to us why it's wrong, then why do you believe it's wrong?
I mean, it is wrong. Like, I'm not. I can't explain. I can't tell you right now why it's wrong. But I like you and I, bro.
I can't tell you why it's wrong, but I'm just gonna keep saying that it's wrong because I feel like it, and I know I don't have any reason for it. Well, you know what? I have a perfect thing for you. Trust me, bro. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. I have no reason, but it's wrong. Trust me,
listen,
please.
it's not really that deep. I just, like I said, I don't
It
really
is.
support.
It is that deep. Like that's the basis for
No,
why you
not
said you
really,
don't
'cause, like,
support Trump. No,
at the end of the day,
it's the
you
basis
have
for
your
why you said you
views,
wouldn't
I have
support
my
Trump,
views.
and
I
then you
don't.
had no reasonable basis to it.
I never said I supported Trump, bro.
Yes, you did. This is the
Like
whole
I said,
basis
no,
of
no,
this
no,
live.
no. Like,
What do you mean you never said you supported Trump? That's the first thing
well,
you said
like,
on the stream.
I would vote for him because he's like one
I
of the
said, why do
two.
you support Trump? And then you explained why you supported Trump. What are you talking about?
No, I support like his political like party, like, but not him. Like, I don't
Okay,
care about him.
what about the political party?
Like, I'm a Republican. Like,
Yeah, what about it?
I don't. Yeah, I support Republican views, not
Such
Democratic
as?
views. Like I said, like military funding, bro, just like Catholic views. Like, what do you mean? Like,
Okay,
you know
so
this,
what Catholic views?
huh?
What Catholic
Like
views?
same sex marriage. Like, that's just I don't view that as a good thing.
Oh, why is that
I
wrong?
can't tell you why.
You
I mean,
can't
I
tell me
know
why,
why.
but you just think it's wrong. But no, you have no reason why?
I mean, not, I can't tell you right now. I mean, anything I say, bro, you're just gonna contradict me with or
You mean I'm
like
gonna
answer
give you
me.
an argument?
Yeah, some dumb argument that I won't be
What do you
able
mean
to
a dumb
back up.
argument? Push the galaxy. Like you have no. You just said you have no reason for it, and yet you said I was gonna give you a dumb argument. You have a bit of feedback, by the way.
You're gonna say anything that sounds smart, and I won't be able to.
So I'll say something that sounds smart, and you won't say anything.
Yeah, I won't be able to back it up because I just said I can't. Like, I can't tell you right now. I mean, I do.
So you're saying that it's smart to disagree with people who have homophobic opinions that gay marriage is wrong, Like
I'm not a homophobe,
like it's smart
bro.
to yeah, you just said that gay marriage is wrong, but you have no reason for it. You are the
How's that
definition
mean
of a
homophobic, though?
homophobic person.
I don't hate gay people. I just
You
don't
just
think
said
what
that
they do is
they
right.
shouldn't. You just said it's wrong for them. Can you fix your feedback? It's impossible to hear to think. So again, you just said that like it's wrong to engage in marriage if you're gay. Is it wrong to engage in marriage if you're an atheist?
Bro, sure, yes.
Why?
Bro, anything I say, you're gonna, like I said, like you keep saying the same thing. You know why I can't explain. I mean,
I have a question. When you do communion, do you think it's the real body and blood of Christ? Like the real literal body and blood of Christ?
no,
No, you don't?
no.
Okay. Just checking. Just trying to see if you believe
It's
it.
just like, no, like,
You
I
have a
mean,
lot of feedback. Doesn't seem like.
I do believe in Christ. I do believe we Catholics do all that we
Yeah.
do in good
Yeah,
faith.
but like do you believe in separation of church and state?
Uh, not sure what that is, bro.
Do you think religious reasons are a reason why the law should be a certain way?
In certain things, yeah, but not. I wouldn't say like everything. No.
Okay, so not everything. So it's based on your own personal values. So if it's
Yeah.
based on your own personal values and it's not everything, then why would you use Catholicism to say that you support a specific candidate? And can you
Like
name
us.
one Catholic value that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris?
I don't know. Kamala Harris is
Kamala.
Catholic. Yeah, her. I don't know her values. What she says. Not really.
Okay, I'm just gonna go with the next person. I'm sorry, I genuinely couldn't hear him. Like the microphone was just so bad. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Madison, thank you so much. Really appreciate the dollar. Thank you. I typically don't add people up from there. From the Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. Carrie, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Tiffany, thank you for the dollar. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, that is absolutely. Thank you so much, Tiffany. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as for the dollar. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Alrighty. I think I've caught up mostly. I need to catch up on YouTube though. So give me a second. Let's check the next person up here. Or get the next person up here. I do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We'll help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump for best head to Bubba. He get.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Que you're such a cutie.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only sending guest requests if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello, dude. You should debate the Divine Order. He's basically smarter than you in pro-life, pro-choice debate.
What'd you say? All I caught up from that was that he thinks Dean is smarter than me, or something like that. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Parker, may I have a war GB? Please, Parker.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Parker, Merry Christmas.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok
Yo.
screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18,
What's your birth year?
October 3rd, 2007.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who'd you rather vote for?
Trump,
Okay, why do you support Trump?
because he made gas prices cheaper.
He didn't. Gas prices have gone up since he got in office.
Can you give me the source?
Energy Information Administration.
Where do you see that at?
Where do I see that? The Energy Information Administration.
Oh, so that's the only reason. And another reason why is because of the stuff he's doing right now that's making America great again.
Okay, what is that?
Like, he's getting like the tariff. He's getting us more money. He's making groceries cheaper. He's
Groceries
actually
have become more expensive.
He opened the government after it was shut down.
No, he didn't. He literally, that was all Congress. That didn't even have to do with him. He just ended up signing it once they passed the bill.
Yeah, but he was a part of it, and he stopped Venezuela from coming into the United States.
That wasn't going to happen, and he murdered 60 people off the coast of Venezuela with no evidence
How do you
given to
know?
Congress that they've committed crimes, and even if they did, it would make sense to detain them once they got to U.S. waters rather than specifically deport them. Or not deport them.
Not detain him. I mean,
murder them.
Didn't they say like in the interview? Didn't they say in the interview like one of his people said he will murder them if they come into our water. They will come to our waters.
They weren't in international waters. They were not in U.S. waters.
But still, they're bringing drugs.
There was no evidence that they had drugs.
Oh wait, can you hear my TV?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Let me move to a different room. I didn't know.
Again, there was no evidence given to Congress that they had drugs.
Yeah, but Trump said they had drugs. He said these.
Yeah, that's not evidence.
So he's the president.
But that's not evidence. You need to give evidence to Congress. It's not just a claim from Trump.
Obviously, he had evidence, or he wouldn't have killed them.
Trump said that the Epstein files, were a hoax. Do you believe that?
No, I believe the Epstein files are a serious thing.
Okay, so then why? So then, just because Trump says something is not a source, right? Because otherwise, you would think that the Epstein files are a hoax.
Well, Epstein also said, if you watch Dean's video today, or I saw a clip of it. Epstein said that Donald Trump and Bill Clinton did some weird things. So I don't think that Epstein was obviously in the right mind. He was just splatting that out.
I don't think you could use Donald Trump blowing Bill Clinton as evidence to say that this is in fact not factual.
I'm just saying, but
why
you brought the
why
Epstein,
wouldn't both just be factual?
Because you brought up Epstein files, and you're bringing up a man that did crazy things.
I mean,
so you
these
think
were the emails from the Epstein estate.
I can write a false email too.
I mean, it's not a false email. This is from the what? You have no evidence
Do you
this is
have
a
any
false email.
evidence?
This is from the Epstein estate. Why would they make up false emails?
Because you know how much people hate Trump right now?
Yeah, but I don't know what your point is here. Like they could have.
You don't have can you give me a reason? And I'm actually open minded. Give me a reason why I won't a reason why Trump is not a good reason.
Like a good reason why what? That they're real?
Trump's not a good president.
Oh, I mean, he incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. He passed the big beautiful bill, which adds $3.4 trillion to the debt, cuts over 10 million people off their access to health insurance, over 2.5 million people on average every single month off their access to food stamps, and over 420,000 children off their access to free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month.
Okay, I can give you two reasons how Trump is a good president, though. He's giving out stimulus checks, $2,000, and he's been making groceries and Thanksgiving actually $40 cheaper.
So there's less items in that Thanksgiving meal and that you didn't mention. So actually, proportionally, it's more expensive for each item. Secondly, if you want to reference the prices of groceries have gone up. And then what was the first claim you made?
The stimulus check.
Yeah, you're not getting a $2,000 stimulus check. That's stupid.
What do you mean? He said.
Him saying is not evidence.
But did you not hear about it though?
I did hear about that, but there's no basis. That's like when people are claiming that they're going to get $7,000 Doge checks. What happened to that?
I mean, that's completely different though. United States president, the most important man in our
genuinely. Yeah, Trump said that you were going to get Doge checks, right?
Yeah.
So then why don't you believe that? Because that didn't happen. Everyone stopped talking about that one.
Well, there's been a lot of things that Biden said, but he didn't do it.
Okay, well, saying there's things that Biden said he was going to do that he didn't do is not reason to believe that Trump is doing what he's saying he was going to do.
I mean, he did say he was going to do good on the deportation, and we see how it's going.
Okay. He's violating people's due process rights to a greater extent?
Due process. Actually, I was talking to my friend about that. He said the president can violate the Constitution.
Nope.
Oh, they're not allowed to?
Yeah, they're not. That's supposed to be a check on the presidency, is that they can't violate the Constitution. But Trump has violated constitutionally protected rights on multiple circumstances.
But aren't you allowed to make laws to, go around it?
What?
Aren't you allowed to make laws to, go around, due process?
No, you shouldn't be able to, but has he done so? Yes, he's violated due process to a greater extent because he expanded expedited removal, which violates people's due process rights to a greater extent. So he's actively done things to undermine due process rights in this country. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and didn't he also Trump also did something that was not bad. He what was it? I was just about to say it, but I forgot. It was something like he's been. Oh yeah, the thing you said. Name another good thing that he has done. What he's about to do in Nigeria, is that not a good thing?
So I would love if the president would address things on a world stage. I don't specifically see anything he's done in Nigeria that's been beneficial. What did he do in Nigeria?
He's about to send troops over there and stop killing Christians.
So by the way, the targeted violence that existed wasn't specifically just targeted towards Christians, right?
It literally was in the first of the year of 2025.
I just want to clarify.
7,000 Christians were killed.
I'm not saying that Christians. I'm not saying Christians weren't killed. I'm just saying that it wasn't just Christians that were targeted and killed. So
who else has been targeted?
There were other groups of other religions.
So there's been other groups in the Nigerian country that's been targeted also?
Yeah.
You're saying?
Yeah, that's...
Okay.
Yeah. So
I don't hear anything about that.
There is disproportionate violence targeted towards Christians, but it's not specifically like it's just Christians being targeted, if that makes sense. But also,
yeah, but it's
I think that if Trump wants to address genocide, maybe he should address the genocide being, caused by the UAE, that he's actively engaging
UAE,
in trade with and getting all these different things from.
You talk about Sudan?
Yes, and then also specifically with Saudi Arabia and Yemen, he literally supported that and defended that, and then with Israel.
Well, I have a question for you though. Why do you guys never talk about what's going on in Ethiopia? You know what's going on over there?
Are you saying that why do people not talk about every single specific thing?
Yeah,
that
you
would be
always
going
talk
on,
about Palestine and all the time, even though it is great.
and
You do need to
Sudan
bring
and
a
Congo
light to that.
and
But I never hear you ever talk about the Orthodox Christians getting killed in Ethiopia. Why you never bring up that? You can look it up as a true thing.
Okay, so I'm confused why you're trying to make a point out of this act, because I haven't brought up a particular thing. Maybe because
every time I see you, every time I see you, always talking about Palestine, but you never want to bring light to the
Yeah,
Ethiopian.
I don't just talk about Palestine. I've talked about Palestine. I've talked about Sudan. I've talked about the Congo. I've talked about
I
plenty of
actually
different
haven't heard you say
countries.
nothing about
But that doesn't
Sudan.
mean that I am informed about every single topic, right? So I mean, if
So
I'm not
it's what's
informed on a
popping. It's what popping. That's what's
no,
really
it's just
whatever most
it's just
popular. That's
no,
what you must talk about. I understand. I
it's
understand.
what I'm informed about.
No, I mean no. You talk about what's the most popular thing. Obviously, Sudan got
No,
more
I'm
attention over this past
what
week because they saw.
I don't think I just talk about what's popular. I talk about specifically
It's literally
what's
what you do.
no,
It is.
I don't just talk about things that are popular.
You don't talk about what's just popular. You
No,
don't.
no,
Your whole setup right now is about something that's popular. Trump. What are you talking about?
I'm not disputing, but that doesn't mean that every single thing I talk about is specifically just based upon whether or not it's popular. There are plenty of things that I've brought up in the context of the live that have not been popular, like especially my views.
So how did you find out about the Sudan thing? If like how'd you find? Did you do your own research for that, or did you just see it on the TikTok? Tell the truth.
Actually, yeah, actually, like I specifically like was talking to someone who is Sudanese, who was talking
Mm-hmm.
about specifically how they've been impacted in the context of the country, right? And I
Okay.
literally like had dialogue with them, so I learned specifically from someone who's Sudanese, like dealing with what was
So they
happening in
told
Sudan.
you. So they told you.
Yeah, that's the what
So you
specifically.
didn't do it for your own. So you didn't like you didn't hear about. So you just didn't do your own research. Like you had to hear about it from someone
I did
else.
my own research after that. Yes.
So then after when you did that, you were like, so did you not think that you thought that was the only place in Africa that was going wrong?
No, that's not what I thought. I gave you multiple
So
examples of specifically different types of things that I've talked about, and I think you're
yeah,
just
you
trying
won.
to be like you have to talk about everything. I'm
Oh,
not
I'm not
informed.
saying that
I'm not informed
because
about
I don't know
everything.
everything.
Though I'm not informed about everything, and you can obviously inform me about something. I don't think you're doing so in a meaningful and a productive way, though. I think kind of what
I'm
you're
not saying
doing.
that. I'm saying because it's literally like I know I don't know everything that's going on in the world. Not everybody knows
Okay,
what's going on.
so then
But
why
the
are you
thing is,
trying
what
to
you
say
do,
because I'm not
no, but what
educated
you
about
do,
something
no,
that
no,
means
no,
that
no.
like
What
I'm
you do,
doing something evil
listen.
or
What you
wrong?
do, you hear what's popular. Like every time people hear what you talk about is Palestine. And Palestine, yes, and you get obviously what's going on with them is terrible. But the thing is, you only focus on that topic every single time. There's something like when you're debating Trump supporters, you always only talk about that, but you don't ever want us to talk about what's going on in Africa because you know why? Because it's not popular. That's the reason. Nobody ever wants to bring light to Africa. If you or any of your fans, they don't want to bring light what's going on in Ethiopia or Sudan. They want to just be like, oh, Palestine, Palestine. But y'all never want to go. Y'all, they know it too. You guys never want to bring light to Ethiopia or nothing because it's not popular. It doesn't bring you guys nothing. If you guys don't get money, then you guys won't talk about it. That's
So
the reason.
I just gave you examples of actively how I've engaged in talking about Sudan
You
and the
didn't. No,
Congo,
you
and how
didn't.
I've done lives about it, where specifically you didn't even know about them. Apparently, you didn't even know that I did
There's
those.
no
So
videos of you
I
talking about Sudan.
there's you can actually go on my
You
account.
talk.
I can. Do you want me to play a video of me talking about Sudan
You
right now?
talk. You talking
That's
about. You
on
talking
my
about a three
TikTok.
little second. Oh, guys, what's going on in Sudan is not good. Next
No,
topic. Hey, Trump supporter.
wait. So
Let's see. Are you
me
MAGA?
posting a video about it. I'm sorry. I've talked about it on live on plenty of occasions. By the way, I just want to be clear here. You saying that I specifically only talk about Palestine as if I haven't talked about other scenarios is ridiculous, and it's also not relevant to the topic. Okay? I don't know what your point is with this.
No, because
What's
we were
your point
moving
with
off from.
this?
I'm just saying we were talking about Trump and we just moved on. I didn't even bring up the Palestine stuff.
You just did. You brought that up.
You know, because you were talking about how Trump is. You said because Trump is a genocide or something like that. You said what's going
Yeah,
on over.
I said Donald Trump should address these things because he's actively perpetuating them. And like, if you care about them, then you shouldn't be supporting Donald Trump because he's actively, literally working with the UAE and Saudi Arabia, and he helped perpetuate those, specifically also in the context of Gaza, right? I can give many examples that Donald Trump's been involved with. That apparently, like, if you specifically said that you cared about this, that you would, acknowledge as an issue.
I'm acknowledging it as an issue, but I'm saying is what's going on now. You think
Then
of
why do you not? Why
Kamala?
do you still support Trump?
I support Trump because he's helping America right now.
Okay. In what way is he helping America? And also, you're willing to overlook all of those different things that I brought up.
First of
You're
all,
willing to
no,
overlook the different emails
no.
about
What'd you bring
Epstein,
up? You never brought
about
up.
Trump. Sorry.
You never brought out his. You never. The only thing you brought up with me. I'm not the other ones. The only thing you brought up with me was the email thing. You brought up an email that talked about Trump doing something weird to Bill Clinton. That's all you brought up. And first of all,
No, I think
and
you
first of
asked
all,
me. I think that you asked me about that.
Yeah, but then you said the things I overlooked. What was one thing I overlooked that
Yeah,
you
I
have
was
said
I was
today?
telling you that Epstein specifically said about Donald Trump that he's known a lot of bad people, but none as bad as Donald Trump.
Hmm.
So again, Epstein, a known child sex trafficker who knew child rapists, right, literally
Hmm.
said that Trump was worse than them. Okay.
Worse than that.
So,
And first of all, I don't support Trump in his little his child predator stuff. Not little, like it's obviously a big deal. But I don't support Trump in
but
the
you support him in despite of it.
in economical state.
Okay, but you should have said that you support him in despite of all of these things being true. He's also been held
No, no,
civilly
no.
liable of stuff.
Don't try to mimic words that
Would
make
you
it
still
sound like I
vote for him?
support. If what do you mean? Like if he got found guilty of all the things that he's been doing? Because he's still going through a case right now.
No, would you still vote for Donald Trump? If it were Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump right now, would you vote for him?
Right now he can't run again. This is last term.
No, I meant like if you could go back in time and you have the knowledge that you have right now.
About how he's a child rapist and a sexual offender that he boasts about when he won the room with all those 15-year-olds that were changing and boasted about their bodies and stuff. You talking about that? You talking about that dude? That guy?
I said, do you support Donald Trump? Would you still vote for him?
You talking about the guy that was raping all those women at the Epstein Island? Talk about that guy? Hex, let's go blue, baby. Let's go blue. Go blue, right, guys? Right, guys? Go blue. Let's go blue, right? Let's go blue. So now everybody is a Trump fan. All right.
Are you going to answer my
So
question?
now, well, did you not hear me answer it?
No?
I just said, what's blue? Are you colorblind?
So you wouldn't support Trump anymore?
So is this guy dead or colorblind? Like, pick one struggle, buddy. I'm saying it's blue. You not know what that means?
Okay, we're just going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's go on the next individual real quick, everyone. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Parker, you're so cute. You're
Sleeping, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it for kicking the last guest. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Let me check on YouTube, make sure I'm caught up there fully. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Sleeping, thank you for the $10. Walter, thank you for the $2. Libby, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's literally just about like being informed. Yeah, exactly. Zach, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you. Andy, thank you so much for the $2. Green 4, thank you for the $5. Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Zach. Dean Parker 2028, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I love them. I love them. Cake, thank you so much for the $5. And then Green, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Let's get the next person up here real quick. Alrighty. The L, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to click it.
You're good. Don't worry. You're good. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I sure do.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
July.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd probably just repeat the process and go Trump again.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I just like his economic policies, his foreign policies, his social stuff.
Okay,
He's
like
just
what?
based all around. Well, like, which one do you want me to go with?
Economic. I can start with that.
Yeah, I just like how he like gives you less taxes. I think that's based.
So I think that he actually is increasing more taxes for lower and middle income individuals, and then he's decreasing taxes for rich people. Harris wanted to keep all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, and she wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year, whereas Trump's policy specifically increased taxes on working class Americans by imposing tariffs, while decreasing taxes disproportionately on the rich by disproportionately decreasing taxes in terms of income tax.
Yeah, then why were Biden and her economy way worse than his, if that's true?
Well, because of supply chain issues that related to the pandemic that affected the country, because of global inflation, not because of the Biden-Harris administration's policy. What do you think the Biden-Harris administration did to cause it to be worse?
I just think they made the taxes like way too high, and the gas prices way too high.
Okay, so they didn't cause the gas prices to go up. What makes you think that they did?
The fact that they let all these illegals in, which ruined the economy.
Letting undocumented immigrants into the country didn't cause the gas prices to go up. That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it did, because they're not paying taxes. And that hurt the economy.
Undocumented immigrants do pay taxes, but that wouldn't cause the gas prices to go up. That's incoherent.
If they paid taxes, wouldn't they like get caught? Like, how do they pay taxes? How's that even work?
Through an ITIN.
Well, I guess I don't know everything then.
Sure.
That's interesting.
Okay.
All
So
right,
is there
well.
any reason why you support Trump?
Well, yeah, I definitely think he's better at like talking to global leaders still, nonetheless.
Really?
You know, better foreign policy. He's ended all these wars.
I mean, how is he done with Putin?
Well, he still ended like 8 other wars, and I think he's better at talking to Putin than Joe Biden was. I mean, I think he's rolling like with an iron fist. He's acting tough. Yeah.
Really? So
Because Ukraine didn't get invaded under Trump, got invaded under Biden.
Can you explain to me what Trump does specifically with Putin to reduce the likelihood of Putin invading the rest of Europe and invading further?
He's telling him, Putin, you got to stop her. Me, what made me think? The United Kingdom, Italy, we're all gonna pack you up, bro. If you keep messing with Ukraine, that's what he said.
Okay. So then
Something
why
along
hasn't
those
that
lines.
stopped?
Bro, because Putin's just like, yo, I'm gonna nuke you. Stop messing with me, because he's always threatening nuclear war. But Trump's able to keep him at bay. Biden was not. Biden got him invaded. Biden got Ukraine invaded.
They've taken more land since Trump got in office.
Yeah, but they would have never invaded in the first place if Trump was in office the whole time.
Do you have any evidence of that?
Yes, bro. It's because Biden and Harris were talking about Ukraine maybe joining NATO. So Putin felt
they
threatened. Yes, they were. They were talking publicly. Kamala said Ukraine can maybe join NATO one day.
No, so that's not what happened. And I would actually argue that that would have been a good thing, and that would have limited Russia from actually invading.
How's that a good thing to have a NATO ally right next to Russia? You don't think that would make them feel threatened?
Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia are on the border.
Yeah, but they're weak. They're not afraid of them. They're not afraid of Lithuania.
But if they're in NATO, then they're on the border.
They don't have any nukes. Why would Russia be afraid of Lithuania?
NATO does.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That makes sense. Hikey. So do you think Ukraine would have got invaded if Trump was president still?
Mm-hmm.
Dang. All right. Well, I guess I yield.
Okay.
Okay, buddy. Wait, I got one more question for you though.
All right, go ahead.
Why aren't you friends with Harry Sisson, bro? You should forgive him.
Real, my go Harry.
You should forgive Harry Sisson, bro. That would be good for the Liberal Party. You just forgave him.
Okay, we're gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Pocket, by chance, do you want to play 2K?
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, you? Yo, what's up, you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Freerin, thank you so much for the push the $10. Should you sleep? Go for it. Absolutely. Renee, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, as well as for the $5 as well. And I got you, Madison. I'll have to do that once I get off the stream. Thank you for the information, though. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Skipping me out. Fucking dope.
So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As always, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
48.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump, all
And
the
why
way.
Why do you support Trump?
Because he knows he's a real businessman, and he knows how to run this country like a business.
Okay. Did you know he has 6 different bankruptcies?
Yeah, that's what good business people do. They
Yeah, can
work
you
the
name-
system.
Can you name one good business person with 6 bankruptcies?
Donald Trump. I just did.
Outside of Donald Trump.
Checkmate.
No, like outside of Donald Trump, of course.
No, I can't. I think Donald Trump is probably the best one there is.
Well, no, you can't mention any other good business people with 6 bankruptcies because it's not a common trend to like
Six
that good business
bankruptcies
people
is a lot,
use.
but, okay, how about 6 bankruptcies? How about 1 bankruptcy?
No, 6.
I don't know any.
Okay, so then like I don't know why you would say that's indicative of him being a good business person. And then also, could you name any economic policy that he's passed specifically that has made him a good business person?
I just think so. He does actually know how to work the system.
No. Name the policy, the economic policy he influenced to get passed that you support that's reflective of him being a good business person.
Name a policy that makes him a good business person. Well, he's giving tax breaks to like all the wealthy individuals who, and that money trickles down to people like me. I'm working at McDonald's and I get and since I work at McDonald's,
You're trolling.
Wait, what?
You don't actually think that money trickles down to you. They're only going to give you that money if they profit from that.
Exactly, and he's going to make them profit.
If them getting a tax break doesn't make them profit more from employing you, then why would they do that?
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense, man.
Yeah, if them getting a tax break does not give them more of an incentive to give you an increase in wages, then why would they do that?
Well, because if they get more money back in taxes, they give me more money.
No, they would just keep the money for themselves. Why would they give it to you unless they profit off of giving it to you?
Because that's the way economics works.
Nope. Economics indicates that they specifically, if they can, they will keep that money because that's within their own profit maximizing condition.
It trickles down. Remember
There's
Reagan?
no good evidence that trickle-down economics works. Now, there's a natural trickle-up aspect of our economy, but there's no trickle-down basis that actually like legitimately functions.
I'm 18. What the fuck? All right, man. Yeah, you win.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. Or I'm sorry, I'm 19. I was born in 2006.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump 100 out of 100 times.
Okay, why so? Why do you support Trump?
I just think he's the best candidate choice out of what we had. I don't think he was the best choice of all time, but I do think that based off his past presidency and based off what he's been doing now, he's a better candidate than Kamala Harris. I have one question for you, Parker.
Go ahead.
Do you know do you know about the quote Kirkifications?
No, I don't know what that means.
All right, basically what's happening is like all these people are putting like AI Charlie Kirk in like all these comment sections. Do you support that? I'm just curious.
Why are you asking about this? I don't care.
I was just wondering.
Do you want to tell me why you think that Donald Trump's better than Kamala Harris?
His border policies are better. His foreign relations are better.
Okay, can you be specific?
Under the Donald Trump administration, the border is closed. There is way, way, way less border crossings than when Kamala Harris would be president or when Joe Biden was president.
So the way you identify a closed border is based upon the level of border crossings. Well, did you know at the end of Trump's first administration, the border crossings were at a higher daily average than the end of the Biden-Harris administration? So actually, Biden handed over a more secure border than Trump handed over to him. Did you know that?
I did not know that. What do you think about the whole Obama being the deporter in chief thing? What do you think about that?
So I think that Donald Trump expanded expedited removal to a greater extent, violating due process to a greater extent, and is advocating to deport more people. But I do disagree with Obama deporting anyone who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime. Why are people assuming you're 17?
I'm not 17. I'm in 2006. What are they even talking about?
I don't know.
Anyway, I'm sorry about that, but I don't know. I just wanted to come on here and ask what you thought about the Kirkifications, and also, I'm not 17. What are these people talking about? Okay. Whatever.
Just tell me why you support Trump then. Like, let's go through it.
I have been telling you.
Yeah, then go ahead. Go further into detail.
All right. I think his foreign relations is better than Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I think the
what foreign relations? Be specific.
I think our relations with Russia is, I mean, obviously it's not a good thing, but also one thing I don't support Trump with is the 50
Our
50
relationship
year
with Russia isn't better. You don't support him on what?
I don't support Trump with how he handles Israel. And I don't support Trump with some of his things he's been saying about the 50-year mortgage. I think that's kind of ridiculous. But I'm not under 80.
You don't really agree with his foreign relations. Do you agree with tariffs?
I guess, yeah, I do.
So you disagree with you disagree or agree?
I agree with the tariffs.
Okay.
I think it's important to prioritize American businesses and to promote American businesses with people bringing their business to America and building factories.
Real domestic manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office.
Wait, can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Real domestic manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office.
I don't think that's true.
It is. You can find this from the St. Louis Federal Reserve. They report it from the Bureau of Economic Analysis.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's all I had. Thank you. Have a great day.
Okay, all right, you too. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Aaron, thank you for the dinosaur. Let's go on to the next individual. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm a huge fan.
You're good. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. Link tree in the bio as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yeah, it's a Palladio. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, it's a Palladio. Yo, it's a Palladio. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Alrighty. Do you give it a second? Yo, it's a Palladio.
Hey, hello there.
How old are
I'm
you?
48.
And do you support Trump?
48? No. I know.
Nice. Ari, thank you for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Jessica, thank you for the $10 as well. And Madison, thank you for the $3. I'll definitely make sure to check. Carrie, thank you as well for the $5. Thank you. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
Do you think Trump could have ordered the hit on Epstein?
Do you support Trump?
No.
Is it logically possible? Sure. Do we have evidence for it? No. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my bad. Wrong thing. I'm sorry.
Okay, you're good. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18. 19.
Do you support Trump?
I did, but
Do you currently
I just
know?
could never have seen myself voting for Harris just because of what I believed. And then I also have another question.
So, like, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Just, I don't know, because I want to, just because, like, I probably wouldn't have voted now to look back on it.
Okay. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. So the next individual. Gene, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I said I'm not taking enough elevation breaks tonight. Maybe true. We'll have to do it here once we get a debate up here. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Trump. Okay. So, why do you support Trump?
Because I just don't understand how y'all can say you're pro-life, but then try to force us to wear masks during COVID. I didn't want to wear a mask.
You think I'm pro-life?
No, I'm saying how can you be pro-choice?
Oh, okay. How can you be pro-choice and then force people to wear masks? Because it's going to affect sentient beings. And it was
I'm
during
sorry,
the
these are
context
my
of an
mom's
emergency
argument
pandemic.
points. I hate fucking Republicans. I'm sorry.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm your biggest fan, Parker. I love you, Parker. I'm your biggest fan. Me too. Parker, you're such a cutie, but
What is going on right now? I was about to say, there's no way the Bay Harbor Butcher is supporting Donald Trump. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, yo, I am 19 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
May.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Big Donald J. You know, keep him with it.
Okay, so why would you vote for Donald B.J. Trump?
Donald D.J. Trump. Well, you know, I've always just been, a big old fan of Mr. Donald J. Trump. But I have a question for you, Mr. Parker.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you really think Trump blew Clinton?
I think that, some evidence indicates it.
Okay, well, riddle me this. Donald J. Trump has always had a history of having bad knees. So I think it's impossible.
He's trolling. You think it's impossible? Oh, geez. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. And thank you so much for really appreciate the $5. Yeah, no, I saw that earlier and I had to whip it out at least one time tonight because his name is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, I had to do it at least once. I was like, it fits pretty well. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm gonna give you that Bubba treatment, you cutie patootie.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yeah,
Can you help me make some pancakes?
I don't think I can help you make pancakes through the stream. I don't think that's possible. I wish I could. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
July.
Do you support
19.
Trump?
Well, I'm kind of like in between.
Like if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala
Actually,
Harris.
I
Who would you rather vote for?
I didn't vote because I wasn't really too sure. I didn't want to make a mistake, so I didn't vote. But
with the information you have right now, what would you choose to do?
probably Trump. Probably
Okay.
Trump, yeah.
Okay. Why Trump?
Because I feel like Kamala Harris wouldn't be able to instill fear in other countries as a leader like Trump would.
Okay. I don't think that Trump instills fear into other countries. What makes you think that?
I think he has a scare tactic in the Middle East. Like he makes, I guess, I don't know, he nuked Iran, so he
didn't nuke them. He bombed them, but I don't think that bombing
yeah,
them led to
that's what I meant. My fault.
That's fine. I don't think a bombing them led to a better set of circumstances. I think that we had a longer set of assurances that they weren't going to have access to nuclear weapons through the nuclear peace agreement that Donald Trump pulled us out of.
Well, I think I don't know. I just think that he's respected. He just makes people fear him, and I guess it's
I don't think that he's respected, and I don't think that he's feared. Also, fear and respect are not the same thing.
Yeah, but I think that other leaders are low-key scared of Trump. I 100% believe that.
Who's scared of Trump?
Like people in the Middle East.
Like who?
Wait, what is it called? The leader of Iran.
If you're referencing the leader of Iran, I don't know why you would say that they'd be scared of Trump.
Cause he literally he's reckless. He doesn't care, honestly, at all. He'll just do whatever he wants.
Isn't that bad? For the world stage?
Well, it's kind of, but at the same time, he's still.
Isn't that not a good thing for our allies? When he's been threatening to annex a sovereign country like Canada. I know a lot of Canadians that think that's incredibly disrespectful for him to have done that. And they're boycotting American products to a greater extent because of that. Did you know that?
I did not.
So it's I don't think that Trump destroying relationships with our allies, giving Putin more power is good foreign policy.
Well, I don't know. I just believe that because I feel like maybe some other countries wouldn't respect I guess, a woman leader the same as they would. I mean, I don't know. Not because because I like that she was a woman candidate, but I just thought about the fact that she might not be respected the same as Trump would.
Okay, so like actually, if you look at countries around the world, they actually had a higher rate of confidence regarding Kamala Harris doing the right thing for world affairs comparative to Donald Trump. Like Donald Trump's confidence is like 33%. Hers was over 55%.
Okay, that's kind of all it really was for me. Like I did like a lot of things about Kamala Harris, but that was just like my main, I guess, kind of issue.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
43.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, sir.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, just hearing your conversations, I really don't care about other countries. I think we should worry about United States of America. And I think we should make America great again, more jobs. Let's bring back stuff that we lost in the past and, focus on the borders. That's the most important thing.
Okay. A few things I have to think. I have a few people to think, and then we'll go into our conversation. Allison, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Genevieve, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And then Emma, thank you for the $1. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, thank you so much. That's so great to hear. Thank you so much, Emma. I really appreciate it. That's so cool to hear. Thank you. Thank you so much. Peyton as well. Thank you for the $7 and for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I got you. Don't worry. Alrighty. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube, and then we'll go on to the conversation here real quick. Damn, my nose feels so weird. Autumn, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Good vibes out to you for sure. Definitely. I'm so sorry to hear that. Ask yourself. Thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you. Freerin, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Sleeping, thank you so much. Really appreciate the 10. I think I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me as always, ever going to get Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Alrighty. So, in terms of what you said, can you repeat what your argument was?
Well, it's not really an argument. It's just the fact that I think we should worry about United States of America than other countries. I think we should bring jobs back, and I think we should go back to making America.
I already wrote this down. I got you. So, there's a few things. If you want to only worry about us, then how do you feel about the Republicans undermining an amendment specifically to actually, how old are you?
43.
Okay. What's your birth year?
May 4th, 1982.
For sure. Yeah. Okay. So in terms of Argentina, so the conservatives actually shot down an amendment to take the $40 billion that's going to Argentina and instead put that into decreasing healthcare premiums for United States citizens for the next 2 years, right? By extending the ACA subsidies, and they denied that. How do you feel about that?
Well, you're going. We're talking about. We're trying to fix the healthcare issue here, especially with the Obamacare. The Argentina's not getting no money. We've never said that, so that's going to the left instead of going to the right. But we need to fix our issues first before we help any other country.
So then why are we sending $40 billion to Argentina instead of using that money for American citizens to reduce their health care premiums?
It's like saying, oh, we're going to send $10 million to Africa for condoms. I mean, that's ridiculous. We're not. So
$40 billion is more?
I mean, we're not sending to Argentina. That's not true.
Yes, we are. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
We haven't heard that in a long time, since that was when Biden was in the office, but it wasn't with Trump.
No, literally, you can look up Trump, $40 billion Argentina. I'm serious. This is a real amendment that conservatives shot down because they would rather that money go to Argentina than that money go to American citizens in reducing their health care premiums.
So let me ask you something. Besides that, how many times did Kamala Harris go to the borders to help the borders? How many times did she go
You don't
to the borders?
physically need to go to the border to help the border. And also, that wasn't her duty as president or vice president. I mean,
She said she was going to take care of the borders. She said she would. That was her plan.
No, she wasn't. So she was giving an authority by Biden to go to Central American countries to raise private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based upon economic insecurity. She was not the quote-unquote border czar. That was a false title that was given to her.
The false exactly for Argentina. Because she said she was going to be in charge of the borders, and she said she didn't even go once. And what I'm just saying is, like, I respect Democrats, I respect Republicans. But I'm saying I think we should worry about our country. I think we should worry about building new jobs, building new stuff to make America great again. That's something I'm saying.
Few things here. One is that the amount of jobs has declined since Trump got in office. Unemployment rate has increased since Trump got in office. His policies have not been beneficial for increasing the amount of jobs in our country. And then you also have to address the $40 billion going to Argentina. You can't just ignore that.
Well, again, if you're, because I do know who you are, and I do respect your context, and instead of worrying about other countries, you should be supporting America and trying to get more information to Americans for new jobs, for the economy, for the Fed rate, for the lockdown, the government lockdown. I think we should all not worry about other countries and worry about us. I just don't understand.
Can you address the $40 billion going to Argentina?
Well, do we? How much money do we give to NATO? How much money do we give? I mean, we should all have. Every country should put their part in, and not just us. And you know that's not right. You know that's not right. We should all. If we give $1
with $40 billion going to Argentina with how much money goes to NATO, that's not a response to my point. I thought we were supposed to be putting American citizens before other countries. This is an explicit example where they put money going to Argentina ahead of reducing healthcare premiums for American citizens.
Argentina. I haven't heard Argentina that word in years. That's not correct, and that's false. But what I'm just saying,
it is correct.
Okay.
I promise you, it's correct. Do you want to look it up?
Please show me.
Yes, I'll show you right now.
I haven't heard that.
Okay. Well, it's
but
true.
anyway, but what I'm saying is, I
Wait,
think
if it's true, will you say you don't support Trump?
No, Trump is doing great. Trump is making
So
again.
you'll support him even if it's
again.
true, right?
Well, so if what did you say? 40? You said 40 million?
40 billion.
40 billion. I'm pretty sure Biden would give him 100 billion.
It's from GovFacts. Trump's 40 billion Argentina bailout, strategic gamble, or political favor. That's the title of an article.
It's better than Biden giving 100 billion to other countries and supporting a play in was it Philippines or China where he was giving money for kids for a play or for a show.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I could look it up too, but I don't have my laptop with me. But what I'm saying is, again, the only thing I want to say is this: we should make America great again. I remember the 80s or the 90s when the Big Macs were 49 cents. I think we should.
So you think America was great in the 80s and the 90s? Is that your view?
No, I'm just saying we should go back.
So
to
when was America great?
You don't remember the good old days? Well, I mean, I don't know how old are you, but
I'm asking you. When do you think America was great?
Let's see. When gas was 99 cents, I think Donald Trump is working on trying to open the gas line, the pipeline again. I think we should work on bringing jobs back.
You're not answering my question. When was America great? Like, can you give me like a year?
Yeah, when Donald Trump was president. And then when he was
Donald
president.
Trump was president.
Hold on, when Donald was president.
So prior to Donald Trump being president, was America great?
No, it wasn't. When Donald Trump was
great?
president,
So
and then he lost to Biden,
to
how
clarify,
much did the gas go up? The gas go up.
Listen. When Trump ran on Make America Great Again, you were saying it was never great prior to Trump being in office. Therefore, how could you make America great again if it's never been great before?
Well, Donald Trump was leading America to the right way until he got cheated. That's what I'm saying.
You think he was?
When Donald Trump was president, everything was
Dude,
good.
stop.
Gas was $1 cheaper. Now it's $1 higher.
Listen,
That's
hey,
what I'm saying.
who do you think rightfully won the 2020 election?
You tell me.
I'm asking
Who
you.
do you
What do you
think?
what do you believe?
I think Donald Trump won it. You know, like, oh,
The
vote
2020
so
election. What evidence do you have for that?
because I live in California. You know,
I
you
do
could
too.
say you could say your name is John Doe, and they'll still give you a ballot. You could go
Not
into
true.
any voting center.
You know that's not true.
I did it. I did it myself. I
No,
went
you
to
didn't.
I went and I was like, oh, that's my name right there on the list. And they're like, oh, here's the ballot. Like they didn't even check my ID. They didn't check anything. They didn't even
That's not true.
nothing. I swear. I'm in California.
that's
I live
not
in
true.
Los Angeles.
I live in California. I live in Los
I
Angeles.
live in
too.
Los Angeles. I live in
I
San
do too.
Fernando Valley. I said I went to a local park or like a library, and I said, hey, my name is John Doe. They gave me a ballot. No ID,
No,
no
they
check, no
didn't.
nothing.
No, they didn't.
I'm not lying to you. I went to the local library and I said, my name is John Doe. Oh, here's the ballot. Here you go. And I went to a little
That's
booth.
not how
and
it
I was like,
works.
well, next time I'm going to film it and send it to you because they don't ask for no ID, no nothing.
Yes, they do.
They even have people that they're dead and they're saying, oh, you want to vote? Well, let me find you a dead
No,
person.
that doesn't
and you vote.
happen.
That does happen.
No, it's
For
not.
sure.
Wait, I have a question.
I've seen
Do you
it.
think if Jesus Christ were the vote counter in California, do you think that Donald Trump would have won the election in California?
Well, you're going to religion here, and I don't like talking about religion, but Jesus Christ is Donald Trump like Jesus Christ, and maybe Donald Trump will win for sure because
No, I'm
he
asking.
is.
So,
he is
so
the
wait,
believer.
no. So if Jesus
You can't
Christ
say
were,
that. It's like
so if Jesus
you
Christ
cannot.
were the listen, if Jesus Christ were the vote counter, meaning that there was an honest vote counter, right? Would you think that Donald Trump would have won in California?
Well, California is a blue state. I'm pretty sure you know that. And
Well,
what I'm
how do you
saying
feel about
is,
Donald Trump? Donald Trump said that. Donald Trump said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote. So if you think it's a blue state,
well,
do you think
we
that
all
Donald
know
Trump
that.
is delusional?
No. You all know that California is never going to be a red state just because of California how it is, and it's a different country if you want to call that.
California is not even close to being a red state.
Correct. But we won other states that became red, and if you look at the map when during the election, there was more red than blue, and it looked great. And
How did Prop
California,
50 go? How did Prop 50 go?
just because they're trying to get more people in, just to try to fix the
Oh,
issue.
no, but we voted for it. I voted for Prop 50. I voted
I didn't
yes on
vote.
Prop
I
50.
didn't vote because I was against it because it's just another.
You didn't give vote. Well, that's why we won.
Well, exactly, because I knew it was going to win. You know that.
Oh, you knew that.
And
Oh,
California
why?
is a blue state.
Well, because
I'm
now
surprised-
California is a
I'm
blue
surprised
state, not
California's
red,
another
right?
country,
Definitely
to be
not.
honest.
Definitely not red. Correct.
Okay, so if you want to go to California, what about Goose? Was it?
Wait, if
what's
California is
the-
such a
what's the-
blue
what's the-
state, well, I have a question. If California is such a blue state, why are the quote unquote Dems cheating in California? What's the point?
Let me ask you.
What's the
his
point of
name?
cheating in a
Mayor-
state
the
you're
mayor-
already winning so much in?
Governor, the governor. What's his name? Scums. What's his name? Like, what's your mayor of California?
Mayor of California?
I mean, the governor of California. What's his name?
You don't
Newsom?
remember our governor's name?
Because he's horrible. What's his name?
Gavin Newsom?
He's horrible.
You don't even remember what his name is.
Because I don't care about him. And you know what? If you go to every corner, you see so many homeless people in every corner. You see so many tents.
Okay, so
you go to San, I went to San Francisco.
I have a question.
for business trip. Hold on,
I have a question.
I went to San Francisco for a business trip.
What do Republicans want to do to help out homeless people?
Well, the other lazy person, what's the mayor of Los Angeles?
Can you answer my question, please? Answer my question.
Okay.
What do you want to do to help out homeless people?
Okay. First of all, with the homeless people, I think we should have, if they're on the streets, they should get arrested or they should get moved to a
Arrested?
homeless. Yes, they should.
Dude,
They
why don't
should.
you? Okay, so you think it
You
should
know
be
why?
illegal to be a homeless? By the way, he just got a misinformation policy restriction on TikTok, so I have to remove him because of TikTok TOS. But he literally just said people should be arrested for being homeless. Like, that's crazy. That's insane. Like, I'm sorry, what the fuck? It's a crime to not be able to afford your bills under his perspective. It's literally a crime. Like, that's heartless. So, like, we should provide housing for people in need. That's what we should do. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Alrighty. So the next person, Chester, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would still vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump? Oh, they just left? Why? Why did they just leave? Did they mean to leave? What was their name? Naomi, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Let's try to go on the next individual. Do give it a second for people to come up here. Thank you for the heart signal. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
05.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
And why do you support Trump?
I just think, I know a lot of people have been talking about the immigration policies, but...
Wait, weren't you just up on the live? You're Canadian? You got the time wrong?
No, I think I got it right. I'm pretty sure.
You think you got it right? So he was talking about whether or not it was in the circumstance. Okay, so he was the person. And you did get it wrong. You did not get it right. You weren't even close. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, 25.
It's still not even 11 o'clock, by the way, here in LA. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Why do you support Trump?
He's a better representative of America.
In what way?
Well, America is greedy, colonial, and he represents that better.
Okay, so you don't actually support him? Okay. Carolyn, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you so much. Here's some W's for Carolyn in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to join. I'm sorry. Can you...
Appreciate the level ship. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
See, I am 26.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I think he just is.
Okay. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
And what's your birth year?
August 1st, 2006.
Okay. And how old are you again?
19.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Actually, there is one thing I wanted to debate you on, and it was you said you had no issues with homosexuality.
Yeah, what's wrong with being gay?
For one, the Bible says it's wrong, and you don't think that humans I think it's pretty common sense that boys and women are born, men are born to eventually get together and multiply, and then start a family. Like
How about this? Where in the Bible does it say being gay in of itself is wrong?
No, it doesn't say.
You cut out. I can't hear you now. I can't hear you when you're out of the app.
Hello, can you hear me again?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, so in Leviticus 18:22, it says that it's a sin to practice homosexuality.
No, you're
and
talking
you're not allowed
about
to.
you're talking about engaging specifically in intercourse, and there are plenty of progressive interpretations that say that specifically it's not talking about specifically what we see today as consensual adult gay intercourse, right? In terms of relationships that exist today, and it's talking about some aspect of the process specifically that they would disagree with at that time. Now, there's also plenty of other aspects of Leviticus that you don't accept, like Leviticus 25:44 through 46, where God says you can own people as slaves and you can pass them down to your children as inherited property for life. So I don't think that you believe that. Yet that's
But
also
didn't
in
it mean
Leviticus.
something different back then?
Okay, well, now you're saying that Leviticus isn't acceptable in terms of how you could apply it today. Couldn't you say the same thing? That's literally what the progressives say in terms of the interpretation, is that it meant something different back then than what it means today, right?
Okay. You're so smart.
Okay, so the Bible is not the basis specifically for your position.
Okay, so
why do
even throw that out of
how
the
about this?
picture.
Not using the Bible, just tell me one reason why you think that being gay is wrong. Use a secular reason.
I just don't think it's right. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't have a world if everyone was gay, no one would multiply. Like, gay
Gay
you
people
need a
have
man
children,
and a
right?
women.
There's something called IVF. Gay people can engage in the usage of IVF and have children, biologically speaking.
How does that work? Teach me something here.
In vitro fertilization, do you know what that is?
No, I don't.
You can cause fertilization in the context of a petri dish and then utilize through the context of surrogacy, which is someone specifically who essentially will just choose to become pregnant through the context of the use of a zygote or an embryo specifically that's already been fertilized, right? Specifically to cause pregnancy without them having to engage in intercourse.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, so even if everyone were gay, which wouldn't happen, right, we'd still be able to have children. Like, the idea that and also let me ask you this question: is it wrong for a woman to marry a guy that is infertile because she could marry someone who is fertile rather than marrying someone who's infertile?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Okay.
I just think,
but if everyone married someone who's infertile, how would they produce children through intercourse?
Like two men are. I feel like it's just common sense that they are not supposed to have sex with each other and be with each other. You know
why? Why do you think that's common sense?
See, but I guess it's a whole different argument with you because you're an atheist, right?
Yeah, but why do you think it's common sense? Are you just gonna say, "Oh, Bible"?
Because that's how it's been for thousands of years. You know, gay has always been looked at as wrong. Gays always been looked at as wrong.
For thousands of years, men married children. Okay, do you think that's good because it existed for thousands of years?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so just because something has existed historically speaking, did not mean that it's a good process. Does not mean that it's good. Plenty of things have existed throughout the context of society, right, that are horrible and atrocious things. Okay. So,
yeah.
I mean, if you're just going to say the Bible says this, well, I don't think that the Bible, one, is very clear on that. Two, I don't think that you should accept the Bible. I'm an atheist myself. I think that the Bible does not indicate specifically a particular religion that I would have to believe in. I think that Christianity is false. And I can go and explain
Do you believe in anything?
I'm an agnostic atheist, so I don't know what the cause of the universe is.
Would you agree that there has to be something else?
I don't know. Because the universe could be eternal. That's still possible. There could be just like a natural state that led to
I feel like to say that all this just came from a big bang and absolutely nothing. Like, you know, something would have had to create it.
Atheists
don't
aren't
they
saying
know?
that everything came from nothing. That's not a claim that atheists
They
make.
just don't know.
We don't know. It also could be something that's naturalistic, that's eternal, that led to our existence. It could be different depictions of God. Obviously, that's logically possible, but I don't think that Christianity is. And also,
Yeah.
like, I don't think that you should be prescribing these particular things onto other people, saying, "Oh, it's wrong to be gay," when you can take an interpretation based upon your own scripture that indicates that it's not wrong to engage in gay intercourse. And there's no basis in your scripture that even says at all, even from any interpretation, that being gay in of itself is immoral.
Okay, so kind of a whole different argument as well, and then I'll end it. Do you think it was right what Trump did about taking all the pride crosswalks away and like getting rid of them?
I think that's weird. I think that's definitely bad. And
You don't think it was good?
Yeah. How do you feel about Trump blowing Bubba?
Blowing Bubba?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna sound like an idiot here. What does that even mean?
Yeah, I'm just asking, like, the new emails that came out. How do you feel about Trump blowing Bubba?
Actually, like I've been a Trump supporter for a while, but honestly, like I don't think I really have a side right now. I think they're all really crooked and corrupt, and there's a lot of money around, and there's like Trump's doing a lot of the stuff that he said he wasn't going to do, so it's kind of pushed
No, I'm just
me
like,
away from him, right?
You just said that gay intercourse is wrong, but like, you still support Trump, even though
Absolutely not. No, I do not
So-
support
so
Trump,
that-
especially
that
after
le-
he hasn't released the Epstein files. Like I do believe in. I still
so
believe
now you don't
that
support
he is
Trump.
wrong. If I were to pick a president, Kamala Harris or Trump, I would pick Trump.
Okay, why?
Because I don't think Kamala Harris speaks for
Kamala.
herself. Kamala.
What do you mean she doesn't? Speak
And I
for herself?
I think Trump is just a way better leader and like I think he would run the country better than Kamala.
In what way is Donald Trump a better leader?
And here's the thing: no matter what I say,
No, just tell
like
me.
you're so smart. Honestly, you're a really smart guy. Like no matter what I say, you know so much more than I do. So I wouldn't even be able to debate it. Like I think what he's doing with the borders and stuff like that, I think that's good. Like, do you not think you probably disagree with ICE as well? I think ICE is awesome. I don't.
They're violating people's due process rights to a greater extent. Now, I would ask you,
How are
what
they
is
doing
Donald? Let me clarify. Again, they are violating people's due process rights that's been determined by federal courts. It's also
Yes, for sure. So
literally
ICE might be doing
expanded,
bad
expedited-
stuff, but
they
do you
expanded
think the theology of ICE is bad?
The what?
Do you think what ICE stands for is bad?
I think that how ICE is operating right now is bad. I think that ICE is not necessary for border enforcement. I think right now it's being used as like a secret police from the government. Now, is there like an idea that border enforcement could be utilized in an effective way? Yes, for people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. But right now, that's not the current process that's undergoing, and they're deporting people without utilizing due process rights. Right? They should be utilizing due process rights. That's what's constitutionally ingrained.
Yeah.
They are literally racially profiling people. That's literally what they've admitted themselves.
Yeah, ideology. Like I think if you search up what is ICE supposed to be doing is sending illegal immigrants back to their country. Do you see any problem with that?
Yes, if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime, I don't think that they should be deported.
Okay, so with that, if someone comes into your house and then they're sitting in your house, no, honestly, and they haven't done anything wrong, they haven't messed up your house at all, would you let them stay there? They haven't done anything wrong.
No,
Someone
so
should not just be allowed to come into your country illegally because that's already doing a crime. If they came doing the proper protocols and they came 100% legally and did what they were supposed to do, absolutely 100%. But them sneaking into the country, that's already a crime.
Okay, so I understand, all right, and I don't think that every crime should specifically have a enforcement of that. You're currently using an app that's illegal right now, yet you don't think it should be enforced to be illegal because the Trump administration is currently just not enforcing the TikTok ban, yet you're using TikTok right now. I don't think you just think that because something is a law, that means that you should say it's enforced because you literally voted for a convicted felon. Right? Like, I don't think that you would hold that to be applicable because you voted for him and ensured that he wasn't held accountable for his crimes because of the fact that you voted for him.
Yeah.
So, and then also for people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, The current process right now, it takes too long to get into the country legally. So I think because the current process takes too long, that like we should give them a pathway where they don't have to leave, and because that would ensure that the most amount of people within our country are vetted. It would also ensure that border enforcement isn't focused on people who are not a threat to the safety and security of our communities, and instead they are focused to people focused on deporting people who are a threat to our safety and security as a community, rather than those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes and have been here for 10 years, right, for 20 years, and are just living with their families.
So you think if they've been in America long enough, then they could just stay there if they haven't did a bad crime, even if they're there illegally?
I don't think that there's any specific amount of time. I think that there should be a quicker pathway to citizenship through the legal process. And the current process for people who are undocumented, I think they should be given a pathway where they don't have to leave the country. That's the best process to ensure that people are treated the best.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'll think about this stuff. You're really smart. I'm not very good at politics. I was just kind of curious on your opinion about some stuff.
Okay, all right. I appreciate
But I'll
you.
let you debate somebody else. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only
Appreciate
send a
it.
guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen right now. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We're about 2 hours, 20 minutes in, meaning we got about another hour and 40 minutes left on the stream, everyone. Hour and 40 minutes or so left on the stream. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Jamie, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Jamie. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26. How are you?
Do you support Trump?
Not really.
Nice. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 22. I don't support Trump because he's a felon.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I am 18,
What's your birth year?
2007,
What month?
October 17th.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'm voting for Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, there's a couple reasons actually. I mainly support him because I am pro-life, and I do support him for that reason, and some of his economics, because I feel like taxes were lower when he was president during his first presidency election, and yeah.
Okay. I think the chat. I'm gonna listen to the chat. I hope I'm not wrong. I'm sorry if I am. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
October 22nd, 2007. I just turned 18.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I feel like when he's president, all like the price of like gas prices and like taxes and stuff are lower. And I feel like overall, like with the border, like laws and stuff, kind of like I feel like it's better like when he's been president.
Did you come up on the live earlier?
Yeah, and I accidentally left.
Did you accidentally leave or did I kick you?
I accidentally left. You didn't
Okay,
kick
well,
me.
well, the prices have not gone down. They've gone up actually for gas and for groceries. In typical, they've gone up. So I don't know where you got that information that they've gone down.
Well, I'm sorry. I just feel like every time since I've been shopping recently, it just hasn't really been that much.
You think it's been
Can
cheap?
Yeah, I just feel like it's been cheaper.
Well,
Sorry, can I ask you a question though,
the
like really
evidence
quick?
definitely does not indicate that, but go for it.
What is it called? Oh, I have a blank now. Okay, yeah, just kick me. I'm sorry, I forgot. Have a good one, bro. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how are you? 29.
Do you support Trump?
Why not?
What state do you live in?
I'm in Canada.
Okay. So the next individual, if you only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Felicia, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Felicia. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, you're such a goddamn cutie bastard!
The real, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally the... Melissa, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Melissa. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the therapy fund. Thank you. Mark, thank you for the $21. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mark. Give me some W's for Mark as well in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's so important. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's so kind of y'all. Thank you, everyone. Let's go on the next person here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Sarah. Oh, W. Sarah and Morgan. W. Sarah and Morgan. Sarah and Morgan. I literally can't speak right now. Okay, let's go on the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you do me a favor, Parker? Can you get a job?
How old are you?
Parker, get a job.
How old are you?
Parker, get a job.
How old are you?
Parker, get a job.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. I think we're running out of MAGA, chat. I think we're running out of MAGA. What's happened? Freeran, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I thought about maybe doing a restart on TikTok. It could be like a thing on TikTok, though. Like, I could just hit a quick restart. That might be the move. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker,
Oh, wait, I think they were a troll. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Should I hit a quick restart on TikTok, chat, or I could try that on TikTok. I feel like that might be a good move to do a quick restart. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. We're gonna hit a quick restart here on TikTok real quick. We're staying on YouTube. No restart needed on YouTube. So if you want to go over to YouTube, I would always, really appreciate that. Do a quick restart here real quick. Be right back, everyone. We have about an hour and 30 minutes left on the stream, just letting everyone know. I love you. I'll be right back. Restart it and just come right back to this account here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, you can stay here as well. So you can make sure to go over to YouTube if you'd like to. All right, I'll see y'all in a second. Yehoshua, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you. Alrighty. Let's do that quick restart. All right, there we go. TikTok has been weird, doing weird things today. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's get everyone joining back in. How's everyone doing? Welcome back on TikTok. Do give it a second for people to join in. If you're here joining here on TikTok, make sure to tap that screen. It actually genuinely helps push out the stream a lot. And when each person does it, it like adds up so quickly. It's actually diabolical. Because think about it. They get like 700 different people tap 20 times. That's a lot. That's a lot. Like, look at that. It will just shoot up like crazy. Like, we're already at 8,000. Look at that. 11,000. Look at that. That's crazy. Like, think about that. 16,000 taps that quick is kind of crazy. If I actually think, like, actually thinking about that is kind of nuts. Like, there's been 21,000 taps in like a minute. Kelly, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. Are you on Amigo right now? No. We're getting debates up here on TikTok. We're going to get the debates going here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Let's get the debates going here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Are you familiar with the swerve synapses?
Say that again?
Are you familiar with the swerve synapses?
No, I'm not.
It postulates that cognitive trajectories and identity vectors are perpetually destabilized by stochastic deviations within neurosocial latencies and producing emerging...
Okay, so the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Trump?
I do. How are you doing, sir?
And how old are you?
I'm 26.
What month are you born?
May.
And what year?
99.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd still do Trump.
What year did you graduate high school?
18.
2018?
Yep.
That doesn't make any sense.
How does that not make sense?
No, I'm just messing. But you were just here and you just changed PFPs.
I don't think I did.
You don't think that was you?
No, I'm pretty sure that was another.
Pretty sure? Okay. Pretty sure, by the way. Pretty sure.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you could either go back in time or if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Well, why do you ask that when we already say we support Trump?
Because people will say they support Trump and then like they don't actually mean it in that manner, and that's the way that I mean it. So I'm just trying to clarify. Like, would you vote for Donald Trump in that context?
Yeah.
Okay. So then why do you support Trump?
I mean, I feel like gas prices, it's usually down whenever he's president.
Well, gas prices have gone up since Trump got in office. So how do you feel about that?
You said gas prices have gone up.
Yeah. According to the Energy Information Administration, gas prices have gone up.
I mean, I feel like I've been paying less for gas. I mean,
I don't know where you're getting this magical information from, or these magical gas stations from. What was it before, and what is it now?
I mean, before it was like...
Do you even remember what the gas was like 10 months ago?
Yeah, with like, I don't know, like $70.
Okay. And I mean, I obviously don't know how big your tank is. How much is it now?
I mean, it's cheaper now. It's like $50 now.
Yeah, that's definitely a misremembering, because again, gas prices have gone up since Trump got in office from a national perspective. So how would it have gone down by that much?
Well, I don't know what gas station you're going to. Are you paying more for gas?
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of crazy. You might have to move states.
Okay. Well, this is from a national perspective.
What happened?
This is from a national perspective. So it's not just from your states.
You're saying gas prices have gone up everywhere?
Yeah, from a national perspective, yeah.
Okay, and you're getting this from where?
The Energy Information Administration.
Oh, well, I don't know. Me personally, I'm paying less, and besides that, the borders, there's better border control whenever Trump is in office.
Okay, well, one, you're wrong with the gas prices, and in terms of inflation in general, prices have gone up. If you want to reference the border, name one border policy of Donald Trump's that you agree with.
Well, he's like anti undocumented immigrants.
Okay, so what's the border policy you agree with on behalf of Trump? Appreciate the galaxy, thank you.
Well, the fact that our borders have been unpoliced when Biden was in office, he was allowing illegal immigrants to come in, and
Not true. There was no policy under the Biden Harris administration that said, oh, undocumented immigrants can just come into the country and that we're not deporting anyone. That's just not true. No policy as such existed, so I don't know what the hell you're referencing.
But it wasn't being regulated compared to now.
Well, it was being regulated. There were people being deported under the Biden Harris administration. So what was the policy of Trump's you agree with? It sounds like you don't know a single policy. It sounds like you just disagree and broadly, like with just people coming to our country.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can't really name specific policies. I mean, this is your job, so I feel like you'll know more than the average person. But
sure, but it's about whatever claim you're bringing up. You get to decide to bring up whatever claim you want.
Well, yeah, and from like I just know like a general like observation.
Yeah, but like, shouldn't you like look into like this before you form your position on it?
Well, as far as what though?
As far as your support for Trump, like if you can't even mention a single immigration policy, right? Then how could you ever say that like you support Trump's immigration policy?
Well, by hearing his stance and listening to what he has to say in terms of undocumented immigrants.
What are you scared
But
about in terms of undocumented
he's not really
immigrants?
well, he's not really he's not specifically mentioning policies when he makes public appearances. He's
Yeah. So you don't even know what you specifically support on behalf of Trump. It's just like in general, like immigrants bad or something. But like generally, like I can send you a paper that indicates that immigration, higher scale immigration, leads to wages actually increasing, employment increasing, and we see GDP increase. the immigration surge that we've seen under the Biden-Harris administration will lead to an $8.9 trillion increase in the GDP by 2034, according to the Congressional Budget Office, which is a bipartisan committee from the federal government. So, like, why don't you look at that? Like, why don't you say because immigrants are so beneficial to our system that maybe we should provide a quicker pathway for people to come here instead of just demonizing immigrants and blaming them for things that they didn't cause?
Well, they still came here. You know, if you're gonna come to the country, you should have the proper documentation.
Okay, so
You
then
know,
Trump,
it's
if they need to go through the legal process, then Trump needs to go through the legal process to deport them. And he's been violating the legal process and deporting them to a greater extent. So explain to me why undocumented immigrants need to go through the legal process, but Donald Trump himself does not.
well, I mean, they're the ones that are initially breaking the law. Um, well, I mean, just because they're not necessarily causing harm, it's like, I mean, they're still trespassing.
Okay. So Donald Trump is a convicted felon. He's literally a convicted criminal, yet you still voted for him. Secondly, like, you don't care about just violating the law, because if you care about just violating the law, then you would be, or you'd have an issue with Donald Trump deporting them illegally, like violating the law. So you can't just say that you care about violating the law when in reference to an undocumented immigrant, but not in reference to deporting them from our own perspective. You're totally okay with the Trump administration violating the law. You're totally okay with Trump being a convicted criminal. You're totally okay with, these blatant acts against the law. You're literally utilizing an app right now that's currently illegal, and it's not just being enforced by the Trump administration. So it's like, bro, like, do you really care about the law in every circumstance, or does it depend on whether or not it's a threat to someone's safety and security?
Well, I would say, I don't understand how Trump is supposedly breaking the law.
He's violating people's due process rights and deporting them. Everyone within the jurisdiction of the country, if they commit a crime, they get due process for said crime. Donald Trump expanding expedited removal extends how many people's due process rights are violated. That's just a reality. Instead of it being like, people who have been in the country for less than 2 weeks and within 100 miles of the border, it's specifically people who have been anywhere within the country, and they they have been in the country for less than 2 years. So it's like, that's significantly more people. 2 weeks to 2 years and 100 miles within the border to everywhere within the country is definitely an expansion to the violation of people's due process rights.
Okay. But, I mean, they don't have the right to come here illegally. Why do you hold Trump to this standard of
Because I think
Fuck.
due process should be upheld, because this is a constitutionally protected right, and I don't think that it should be punished, right, in the circumstance where people have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. That's not a threat to anyone's safety and security. Violating people's due process rights is a threat to their safety and security.
even though he's the president?
Yeah, the president can violate the law.
But he's in charge.
So that doesn't mean he can't violate the law.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not familiar with that law.
Push the blooming heart, thank you. Well, it's in the Constitution. It's everyone within the jurisdiction of the country is granted due process if they commit a crime. You can find it in the 5th and 14th Amendment.
Okay. Well, I'll have to look into that, but it's kind of a bit of a double standard that, to criticize Trump for breaking the law, but you're okay with illegal immigrants running the country.
Again, because our current legal process right now, it takes too long for people to get into the country. If you're talking about the process for deportation, I think that people's due process rights should be upheld. It's about whether or not you think that there's a legitimate restriction or rule that exists. Not, I don't think that illegitimate rules should be enforced. Like, do you think someone should be, held accountable or punished for jaywalking if it was not a threat to anyone's safety and security?
Jaywalking?
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, I jaywalk.
Okay, so then,
But
just because something's illegal does not necessarily mean it should be enforced, especially when it's not a threat to someone's safety and security. And I would say that someone who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime, they obviously, that would be applicable to them.
so would you be okay with, a home intruder who's just, chilling on your couch, not causing any harm, per se?
No, because again, I think it's a legitimate rule for people to have privacy rights where you can't just walk into their house. And also, I believe in an open border between, Nevada and California. That doesn't just mean that someone from Nevada can come and walk into my house. Do you realize how ridiculous that is? And also, if we did view it that way, then if I was, an owner of the house in this context, I could let whoever I want in, right?
Well, yeah, but you don't let them in this scenario. They just invited themselves.
Okay. But no, I meant if you view me as an owner of the house, I can let people in if I want, right? So then I can just authorize any undocumented immigrants into our country, right? Because I wanted to, right? Because I'm a U.S. citizen and technically, therefore, one of the owners of the house, right? Because you're comparing an owner of a house to a person within a country. Like a citizen within a country.
You're going to let someone not from the country come into your house?
Say that one more time, sorry?
You said as the owner of the house, you have the right to invite someone from another country into the country?
Yeah, from your perspective then, under that notion, right? If I'm considered an owner of the house, owners of the house can authorize other people's access to that house, right? So if you're comparing a person saying that there should be an open border, which I'm not even saying there should be an open border, to someone saying that you could just walk into their house, well, then wouldn't you also say it'd be comparable to say that, because they're an owner of the house, at least in comparison, that they'd just be able to authorize anyone's access? So as a U.S. citizen, I can authorize any undocumented immigrant in the country? Or are you saying that you don't think that's a valid comparison?
Well, no, I mean, that's kind of a roundabout way of justifying illegal immigrants. I'm not really seeing the correlation there. That's kind of a reach to me.
And well, what?
Well, because how are you as the owner of the house, how is that supposed to give you power over people entering the country?
Can you, as an owner of a house, authorize who goes into your house?
Well, yeah, you can, but...
Okay. So if you're comparing a person as a citizen of the country to an owner of a house, well, then wouldn't they be able to authorize people into that said house, given that they're an owner of the house? You made the comparison. Is it an invalid comparison?
Well, yeah, technically they could.
Or is that so you would be okay with me authorizing every undocumented immigrant in the country because they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime and because I'm a citizen? Or are you saying that that's not a good comparison and you don't accept that as a logical conclusion of your argument?
Well, no, I don't agree with that, but you could technically do that. It wouldn't be correct. It wouldn't be I wouldn't be something that I agree with.
Okay. I think you're maybe or a bit lost on this conversation at this point. Um, would you like to tell me, uh, I guess your opinions on the new emails that dropped?
As far as what is this, the
Yeah,
Epstein files?
for example, that Epstein said that he's known a lot of bad people, but never as bad as Donald Trump.
I mean, I don't think it's something that you can really take that seriously.
Really? I mean, like, he knew a lot of pedophiles that raped children because he literally is a child sex trafficker, and he would traffic children to them. So, if he knew a lot of bad people, like he knew a lot of child rapists, and he's saying that Donald Trump is worse than them, isn't that like a reason that you wouldn't want to support the guy?
Well, is that something that you can take as credible information, seeing as
It's
he
a private.
himself, like you
It's a
said?
private email, and he knows bad people, so he's evaluating that Trump's a worse person.
Well, do you think that Trump is a worse person than Jeffrey Epstein?
No, Jeffrey Epstein's saying that he knew a lot of bad people, just none as bad as Donald Trump.
Right. So
that indicates to me that Trump is very bad. You might be like, oh, maybe it might not mean that you think that Trump is, a certain level of bad is exactly the same as Epstein or something. But the point that you're making is that, like, it's indicative that he's a bad person and that Epstein knows that he's done bad things. Does that make sense?
sure. Well, were they not friends?
Well, they were good friends, yeah. Donald Trump said that Epstein was a terrific guy and he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side.
Okay, so he likes the fact that Trump is a bad person.
Seemingly. Or he's okay with it. So, I mean, I don't think it's a very, like, out of the ordinary thing to accept that a child sex trafficker would surround themselves with bad people. Like, I don't think that's a crazy thing for you to accept.
Well, it
Like,
seems.
I think that makes sense.
Well, you wouldn't think that what you're doing is bad, like.
What? You don't think that child sex traffickers could acknowledge in plenty of circumstances that their actions are bad, yet they still decide to engage in them?
Well, I mean, a lot of them. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that people really think of themselves as doing something bad, even when they are doing something bad. So,
I mean, okay, but plenty of people do.
so does Jeffrey Epstein think of himself as a bad person?
Probably, maybe, I don't know. He didn't specifically say it here, so I guess I don't know 100%, but he did say that did say that Trump was a bad guy, so.
Yeah, and I would think that he probably it's probably not something that I would take too seriously, because I would think that in saying that he has lack of self-awareness of, in terms of his own actions, and he's talking about Trump as if he himself didn't do atrocious things. Like, I don't see how Trump is supposed to be worse than Jeffrey Epstein.
No. Jeffrey Epstein is saying that he knew bad people, but none as bad as Trump. He wasn't making a
Right, and that
comparison of himself. He was making a comparison of people that he knows to Trump. And if Trump is the worst person that a convicted child sex trafficker knows, then that's probably indicative that that person who's a convicted child sex trafficker that knew a lot about other people that would get blackmail on them, at least under a lot of people's perspectives, that they know that they've done something bad then. Like, come on, think about it. Use your brain. Genuinely be like, yo, isn't this indicative of, like, he probably did bad things?
Well, has it been made official that his name is on the list?
I mean, this is the emails, so it's official that this is what Epstein was saying about him, because this is from the Epstein estate.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he might have done those things.
So if you think that he probably did those things, then why do you support him?
Well, I support, the effects that it has on my life.
So you're willing to support him in despite of the fact that he did this?
Well, yeah, I mean, if it's beneficial to me in terms of
So how is it beneficial to you enough to say
my
that you're
quality
willing
of
to...
life.
How is it beneficial enough to your quality of life insofar as that you're willing to overlook him being, again, according to Jeffrey Epstein, the worst person that, again, a convicted child sex trafficker knew?
Well, because I don't think that there's ever been a president without flaws. I don't think there's ever been a good president morally. I think, they're all, whether they're
But, like, you can at
Israel
least acknowledge
supporters,
that
which most
Donald
of them
Trump's...
are.
You can at least acknowledge that Donald Trump's worse, right? As at least in a comparison. Because I can bring up things about Trump that you couldn't bring up about the other side that would distinct one from the other.
Well, the other side has been pretty atrocious to the Middle East and things like that. They have
I'm
their
sorry, do you
own.
think that Trump is better?
I'm sorry?
Do you think Trump is better?
What, to the Middle East?
Yeah.
Well, no, I wouldn't say
Okay,
that.
so then, like, what's your argument then?
Well, because you can't just like single him out. All of these presidents.
What do you mean I can't single him out? Yes, I can. He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Was Kamala Harris? He was indicated to have, by Epstein, to have been the worst person that he knew. Did that happen with Kamala Harris?
Well, did
So
Epstein
these are
know
relevant.
Kamala?
These are relevant differences.
But did Jeffrey Epstein, was he close with Kamala Harris? Did he spend time with her?
No. Was he close with Trump? Did he spend a lot of time with Trump?
Well, evidently, yeah.
Not just evidently, confirmed by both sides. Here, I have a few people to thank real quick while you think about that one. Lacey, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Lacey in the comments section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate it just to support me. Thank you. Chris with the $90. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Chris. Give some W's for Chris in the comment section for the $90. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me catch up on YouTube as well. Paige, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Silence, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. What I say is someone who's lost faith that humanity will ever be fixed by the average person, regardless of party affiliation. Well, I would say that we might not necessarily be able to fix things, but we can make them better. And I would say that we should fight to make them better. I don't think that we're going to perfectly fix everything. I don't think it's possible for us to do. but I do think that we can fix things in some respects, like like individual circumstances, and we can make things better. And I think that's what we should do if we can. Neo, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you. Najia, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. And for the $10, I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said I have a headache, but just wanted to show some love. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Najia. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I feel you on the headache. That's why I'm wearing my sunglasses, or not my sunglasses, my glasses today for blue lights. Joshua, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely diabolical. Thank you so much, Joshua. Furin, thank you so much for the appreciate the $5. The Real, thank you for the $5. Wig, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump? Or sorry, I was just talking to you. So what were we saying?
I kind of forgot what we were talking about, low-key.
Okay. I was asking,
it was,
why do you support Trump in despite of the fact that you know all this stuff about him and the fact that you think that he's done this?
Well, I think the way that America is designed, I don't know if there's ever going to be a president who's, just a saint.
No one's asking for a saint. We're just saying that you can pick the better of two options. No one's claiming Democrats are perfect.
Okay, yeah, 'cause they're definitely not perfect. I mean,
Oh,
and
yeah.
Kamala Harris
I
didn't.
I totally agree with you there. Democrats are not perfect. You know what? Can we shake on that? Can we agree there?
Yeah, I mean, they're not perfect, and neither are Republicans, and neither is Trump.
Okay. Neither am I, neither are you. What's your point?
So, why single Trump out?
Why single Trump out? Because Trump is worse.
I mean, maybe in certain aspects, but
Within many aspects. Not just certain. Many.
okay. Well, you could say the same thing about Kamala Harris, and also she didn't really have
No,
much of a.
you couldn't say Kamala Harris is worse. What tells you that Kamala Harris is worse than the guy that was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, that bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, that incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots, who literally sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election, who called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even though it was found in the Constitution, and still denies the 2020 election results to this day. I could keep going. There's an entire list I could go down that's literally 30 minutes long of just horrible, atrocious reasons to not support Trump.
Okay, yeah, I mean, half of that is yeah, I mean, I kind of know about half of that, but like I said, my quality of life has improved, I feel like.
In what way?
Well, like I said, gas being cheaper for one, and
It's
and
not
groceries.
cheaper. Groceries are more expensive. Gas is more expensive. Where do you get your information from?
Well, just firsthand experience.
Okay. Well, if you want to reference that, again, I'm referencing national data.
Okay, well, I can only speak on behalf of myself, really.
Okay. All right. Next question. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Well, I guess I don't support him as a person entirely, but I support
I meant not to vote for him over Kamala Harris if you could go back in time.
well, I guess if he didn't follow through with the things that he said he was going to do, but he has followed through with everything he said he was going to do.
No, he hasn't. He didn't end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. He didn't drop the Epstein files. He didn't build the wall. He didn't repeal and replace the ACA. He didn't drain the swamp. He didn't lower gas prices and grocery prices.
Well, in my area, he did, which was the main
Okay, so
the
dude,
main
I
selling
swear,
point of his campaign.
I swear, like every Trump supporter just has like, dude, the best gas station right next to them in the world. Seriously, dude, like every Trump supporter just lives in like the most heavenly like right next to the most heavenly gas station that apparently is not affected by inflation. It's not affected by tariffs. They have low prices. The prices didn't go up. You know, like they have like really good luck, dude. Like they everything's so cheap for them, but for everyone else it's more expensive, dude. That's crazy.
Hello.
Yep, I hear you. Paige, thank you for the $2. Thank you. GTFN, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty chill today. It is Saturday. It's Saturday night. You got anything else you want to say, man?
Well, no, I mean, I was gonna say, I'm sure it depends on your city and so forth. Like red or blue state, things like that.
Okay. Again, anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Well, I don't know. What would you say?
No, I'm asking you. You can't tell me why you would, like, one thing he could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yeah, I mean, I can't really think of like hypothetical situations right now.
You couldn't think of like one thing? Like, what if he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution?
Has he done that?
No, I'm just asking, like, if he did that, would that be enough of a reason for you to say I don't support him anymore?
You said trying to overwrite all of the rules in the Constitution?
Yeah, if he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Just like all of them?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess. I don't think he's done that.
You'd stop supporting him? So he did call for that. He called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Therefore, you wouldn't support him anymore, right?
Well, in what way has he done that?
No, he literally said it himself. He verbatim said that. He said he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Well, that's kind of non-specific.
Okay, I'm going to kick you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates, everybody.
Move on. Hey,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
The Unity game. This one called Color Match.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can, again, support me over YouTube Super Chat. We have about an hour or so left on the live, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
Can you hear me? I do. You know, it's kind of tough because I will say I think my support, I'm certainly conservative. My support for him has definitely been kind of going down ever since January 6th, but I did vote for him in the last election.
Okay, so if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump. Yeah.
And why so?
Yeah, I just have a really hard time with the left and a lot of the things they're pushing for. I've been kind of listening to the live, hearing some of the stuff you've been saying, and I'm certainly not in defense of a lot of that. I know about like the Truth Social post you were kind of mentioning earlier about him calling for the termination of the Constitution. I don't think that's really fair to say in truth. I think in truth he definitely supports the Constitution. I wouldn't go that far.
Is it fair to say that he said that and he called for that?
I don't have like the Truth Social post in front of me. I think what I remember.
You want me to put it in front of you right now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, truly, like I don't remember it, so yeah, I'd love to read it.
I got you.
I'm on TikTok. I don't know if that affects it.
What do you mean? No, you'll be able to see
it. It said it was on YouTube too. Never mind. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Take a look at this.
Okay, sweet. Do you throw?
There we go. Do you see it?
Sure. Yeah, I do. Let me see here. Certainly. I mean, so kind of my initial reaction upon reading that is he's saying, hey, like our country's being stolen, which look, if I'd love to just give you kind of my breakdown on that. No, I mean, I'm being genuine here. I think that he won, and I said I'm not a big fan of January 6th. I think that he
won in
certainly has a big ego. Say again?
You think Trump won in 2020?
No, I think he lost. Okay. If you want my honest opinion on that, I think it was a combination of, I think everyone said, hey, we tried out this businessman and kind of the different things that he said. And then I think through a combination of COVID, which wasn't his fault, and then obviously like the BLM movement with George Floyd, I think that those two things kind of created a large, just I think people were like, hey, we tried this, it didn't work. And I think people kind of wanted to go back towards the more established methods, and I think that Joe Biden was elected.
No, so
but
I'm
I
not
also
asking
think
you why it happened. I'm asking you I thought you were trying to argue that like Trump won the 2020 election, like rightfully. I thought that's what you were.
No, I don't think that. I think that he lost. But what I was saying is that I think that he has a huge ego, which is fair to say, and I think that he kind of convinced himself that he won. And I view that
which is a
tweet.
harm to our system.
I agree. I don't disagree with that. But I think that it's when you're kind of comparing like the left and the right, I think that you can go. A lot of these things go both ways. Like I'm certainly not the idea that Trump is the only, egotistical politician who doesn't maybe always say things the right way or doesn't respect our Constitution fully is
more so than the other side. Like you had a choice.
It's tough to say. I mean, look, like you're bringing up the Epstein stuff, right? Like and you're saying like more than one side. I don't know. Like who's to say that Bill Clinton, some of these people aren't like to be honest, I just don't. When you're saying more than the other side, no, I think
Who's to say
that
Bill Clinton what? He was on them. He was in these emails.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that he's a conservative, right? He's on the left. Hillary Clinton, that's his wife.
Yeah, but how is he in these emails?
To be, you probably know more about these new released emails than I do. I don't know that there's also enough that's came out right now to definitively say some of the things. Like I saw the I don't want to. Can I say blowjob? Is that I don't know what you can say on TikTok Live, but the BJ thing about Bill Clinton, like I saw that. Some of this stuff seems kind of vague right now. It doesn't really seem like any of this is like extremely outright.
Yeah. So, yeah. Like, what's your point here with this?
is that you're kind of like you're dogging on Donald Trump here, right? But like I'm just bringing up the fact that no, I don't think the other side's any better.
Okay, how is Kamala Harris just as bad?
We don't know. We don't know the full extent of Kamala Harris. I mean, did she not sleep with like one of her campaign advisors, like husband or something like that? Like she's certainly done all sorts. I mean, all these people have done fucked up shit.
No, she didn't. She didn't sleep with anyone who was in a relationship at the time. The one person you're trying to think of was separated for like a decade.
Yeah, and if I'm wrong on that, I'll own it. I'm not really super. To be honest, I don't really look into Kamala Harris that much. Yeah, I would say generally like just non-support of that side with a lot of the stuff.
What do we perpetuate that you disagree with?
Sure. I would say, again, I'm not necessarily against like LGBTQ. Like I don't really care if someone's gay, but like a lot of the just how it kind of never ends, right? Like with things like the trans movement and the drag shows and all that. It just kind of never ends.
What do you mean?
Yeah. So like, for instance, like, doing drag shows like in front of kids, like, I just think that that's weird. Saying, why do I think it's weird? Because I think it is a inherently sexualized show.
Nope, it has nothing to do with being sexual.
Yeah, I don't know.
Did you ever watch Miss Doubtfire as a kid?
Yeah, I think to say that that's drag is...
That literally is. What about JD Vance doing drag? How do you feel about him doing drag?
I don't know. I haven't seen him do drag. I don't. Again, you can, sure.
Mm-hmm. I got you.
Okay. You're coming for my boy, man. I love JD Vance.
I mean, I'm not coming for him. I'm just telling you.
I'm just joking a little bit. Sorry. Yeah, I mean that's somebody with a wig on, right? Like I don't think that's somebody.
That's literally JD Vance, dude.
No, you're right. That's JD Vance with a wig on. I think that weird photo. I just don't think that I think that you're kind of twisting what I'm saying, right?
I don't think it's weird. I don't think it's weird. I think he's doing good.
Oh shit. Okay, fair enough. I can respect that take, but I just no, like I think you're like you got to look at really what I'm saying here, which is the fact that like in truth, a lot of these drag shows are like push-up bras, lots of cleavage, lots of skin.
I don't think that's happening in front of children.
Okay, and I would just say that like get on YouTube and look it up. Like it's like literally out there.
Go ahead
like,
and tell me. Give me a title.
Okay. Wait, can I like swipe up off the? I'm not super. I can swipe up on this.
I won't be able to hear you until you come back into the app.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull up my computer then, and we can keep talking. I have a computer, so that's easy enough. Yeah, I just think that like the left takes it too far with some of the LGBTQ stuff. With, for instance, just like things like the misgendering, right? And when you look at like what's going on in the UK right now and people being arrested, I don't think that
we're talking about the US. I don't think people are getting arrested for misgendering people in the UK.
Oh no, they are. Yeah, no, they totally are.
Can you give me a source on that one?
Yeah, I can. I just got my computer pulled up. So, open someone's misgendered in UK, arrested. So yeah, I mean, you could just Google it.
What's the title?
Just look. You could just Google misgendered and UK arrested. Leeds. Let's see what this one says. Yeah, so I mean, here's a BBC article about a preacher. I didn't read the full thing. I want to make that clear. Detainment of British woman for misgendering person shows free speech. This is the Suffolk Journal. There's tons of them out there. This has happened a lot.
No, what's the title?
Okay, so I literally Googled misgendered in UK arrested. Let's see here.
There's a BBC article where someone is claiming that they were being investigated by police for using the wrong pronoun. That's just a person claiming that there's an investigation.
Okay. I don't know. Is ChatGPT a valid source? Can I look it up on ChatGPT?
ChatGPT is not a source itself. It's like you're using it for.
But like, okay, you're absolutely like. Can it link it to me? I'll have it link me to something here.
If you have a source, I need a source, like a title.
No, that's fair. I'm saying that just because in the effort of time. Yeah.
You can bring someone else up and talk to them in the meantime.
Okay. I mean, yeah. Again though, I think there's more so than just even what we're talking about, right? Like, yeah. I just think the left takes it too far with things. I believe in capitalism. Like, I don't think the left gets on board with that. When you look at just the way that the left states are being ran, the blue states, it's just just for reference, like I live in Oklahoma.
Blue states are capitalist. We're still capitalist. You know that, right? We're liberals.
I just don't think you can say that that's true. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're capitalist?
What do you think we are?
So you, to what extent are you a capitalist?
What do you mean? I'm a liberal.
So you don't. Okay. So you want to become a multi-billionaire. You don't want people to take your money from you. Like, where does it? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, to what degree are you a capitalist? Like, what taxes do you believe in?
Yeah, the highest levels of income, I'm okay with like 50% tax rates. I think it's great.
Yeah, I don't see how you can call yourself a capitalist.
How? Because I believe in tax.
I just don't. Yeah, I mean, it's literally like a capitalistic free society.
What do I believe in then?
That to me sounds more like the government controlling your life once you've made it to a certain degree. Like,
No,
why is it
that you pay a certain amount of your income in tax?
So why shouldn't the government take all your money now? Like, that's my point. Is like the government should
you
just
have to pay taxes?
No, like, it's one thing when we're talking about the tax. Okay, so like, I support taxes for roads. I support taxes for stop signs. I support taxes for things
So
like.
then you're not a capitalist.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I can't believe you even just called yourself a capitalist. That's ridiculous. You don't believe.
You're
in
talking
the
about
free
taking
market.
50%.
You don't believe in the free market. You just said that we should have taxation. That's theft, bro.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah,
that's not what I.
Taxation is theft, bro. You've got to get rid of the entirety of the state system. You know, it's just only capitalism.
I love the trolling, man. Yeah, but like no, I certainly get what you're saying. But no, I don't. I'm cool with taxing, like state taxes, right? Like to a small degree to like help with your community. I think that's a lot.
Do you want to get rid of Social Security? Do you want to get rid of Medicare? Do you want to get rid of Medicaid? Do you want to get rid of food stamps?
Yeah, so like when you bring up a lot of
you want to get rid of all of them?
Oh, come on. You know, when I said yeah, that was a pause. That wasn't me
I was just
saying
clarifying.
Okay. So yeah, well, yeah, when I just said yeah, like that's just me talking. No, like okay, so when it comes to like a lot of the different programs, like I'm certainly not saying just cut them out immediately, but I think we need to take a hard look at what is important. I mean, do you agree or disagree that food stamps have been abused?
I think everyone deserves food, so I don't know what you mean.
Okay, everyone deserves food, right? But also everyone, you're not.
Maybe there's one person out there that didn't need it that got it. Okay, now does that mean that millions of people should be cut off of it who do need it?
See, but I think that the situation you just presented is very inaccurate. I think that there's
How?
been millions of people. I think there's been millions of people that have used a lot of these different benefits that don't need it, and I think it can be used I think it can be used to actually keep people down.
How do you identify whether or not they need it?
Honestly, very great question. And I don't have all the answers. I'm not trying to act like I have all the answers. But what I can say is that I'm all for helping people. And I'd like to say that I think you're all for helping people.
How do you identify that someone doesn't need it?
Like I said, I can't sit here and tell you that like I have every answer to like everything and how to like solve the world's problems.
Then how do you think it's okay to cut millions of people off of food stamps if you can't even determine that they don't need it?
And that's not what I said. I said we should take a hard look at a lot of these different programs.
That's what the Big Beautiful Bill does.
It completely eliminates SNAP benefits?
No, it cuts 2.5 million people off the access to like food stamps on average every single month. 420,000 children off of access to free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. Over 10 million people off their access to health insurance in the context of Medicaid. And it adds $3.4 trillion to the debt, giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires.
Okay. Yeah, no, and I'm certainly willing to learn about the Big Beautiful Bill. Don't know all the ins and outs of it because I don't study politics all day, but, not as hate. That's just not what I do. But I mean, certainly I'm not endorsing everything in the Big Beautiful Bill on this call, but I just think that, as a general rule, yes, I do believe in taking a hard look at a lot of the different programs because I think they can also be, you have to look at it from both sides. I think that there's one side of, hey, it helps people. And then you can look at the other side of that and say, people who are against it, right? You can just automatically assume, hey, they don't want to help people. Or you can say, maybe people are viewing it under a different lens or a different context in the sense that like, maybe it's also keeping people down because if you're enabling people to use benefits that are literally keeping them.
No, these are for when people need it. It's the necessities. And you're saying that people being given the necessities holds them down? I disagree. I think it's a baseline for people when they need it so they can build themselves up.
Yeah. So, and I'll just first acknowledge that like I do kind of hate when people get super anecdotal. Because I get that, you kind of have to base these conversations around, national facts and data, which I think you really make an effort to do, which I respect. But like in my own life, right? Like I grew up in a really rough area of Houston, Texas. And I'm telling you, like I saw a lot of people abuse government benefits that certainly didn't need it. And I think that's kind of probably a big reason why I feel that way. It's just that I've seen
some mechanism of being able to identify when people do not need it. You can't just cut people off without having that mechanism to identify that. So
and I think that's
maybe
totally
there is
fair.
someone out there that doesn't deserve it that's specifically on it. But that does not mean that you should be able to cut millions and millions and millions of people off of it without having that process.
And I think that that's a fair point. And that's kind of why I said, I believe in taking a good hard look at things, not necessarily just making, things aren't just cut and dry. But as far as your point about, you don't believe that it's a way to keep people down, like I would just completely disagree. I do believe in enabling. I think that to an extent, if you're someone, again, making this very clear, like if you're someone that doesn't need the benefits and you are using them, I think you're completely being enabled by the government, to live a lazy lifestyle that that person is not entitled to. Is that always the truth? Of course not.
There's work requirements in order to be able to get SNAP.
There are this is where it's like a lot of these, like I get what you're talking about requirements. I'm telling you right now, like you're going to have a hard time convincing me that like, you can throw all these things out there. You're going to have a hard time convincing me that like people have really not abused things like welfare and SNAP because like I see it all I've seen it so much in my own life. like I just I don't know. I kind of get what you're saying, but like, I mean, again, you want to talk about more things. How do you feel about like, again, like the DEI stuff? There's so many things, like, again, where I'm like,
Can you name
the
one
left
DEI
takes it too
policy you
far.
disagree with?
I believe here's my whole thing with it. Yeah, like the Harvard, and them discriminating against Asian kids and not giving them the same amount of points.
Are you trying to talk about affirmative action? Affirmative action's been shot down by the Supreme Court, and that's not DEI.
Okay. DEI,
what's a DEI policy you disagree with?
Okay, so like, for instance, like a lot of big like finance banks and stuff like that would have allotted spots for minorities, for veterans, things like that. Which I don't think I'm a veteran, and I'm telling you, like, I don't think that like that is valid. Like, I think you can look at someone.
Typically, these policies are for situations where it's like there are greater levels of interviews that are given to communities that have historically not been given interviews. So it's not that people just get the job for being of a particular community. It's that they have to be qualified and they have to go through an interview process still. So it's like it's literally just about extending the interview process so that
there were mandating
not having like a
requirements.
biased process for that.
Yeah, there were mandated hiring requirements.
So what mandating hiring requirement did Democrats support that you disagree with?
That's interesting. I guess I don't really. I just feel like that's kind of like the DEI thing as a whole. I'm not actually familiar with what bill or whatever actually like established that, why certain companies had to have that. I can tell you that was also a thing.
I don't think Democrats passed that. I don't think Democrats advocated for like a certain quota on employment. I never saw a policy like that. And if you're not familiar with what it is, then how could you particularly claim that you disagree with Democrats supporting this particular policy?
Shoot, dude, people are going off on me in these comments right now. Guys, I'm not a liar. I'm just freaking speaking about things I've heard about. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't know. I just, as a whole, I can just tell you that my belief is that no one should ever be discriminated against. But at the same time, it should always be about
the Trump
who is the most qualified.
Discriminating against people. They
Like
are
who?
actively utilizing racial profiling. They're actively violating people's due process rights.
See, this is where it's like with the illegal immigration stuff, like I also just get lost. I don't get why. I just don't understand why everyone's defending illegal immigration so hard.
Hey, I think that if someone hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country. I think that's because the current process right now takes a hell of a long time to get into the country. It's too long.
Mhm.
It costs too much to get into our system. So if we have a current system that doesn't make sense, of course people are going to come into our process undocumented. Now, are people who are coming to the process...
Why are they coming into this country, though?
Why? Because they want a better life.
Why do they want a better life? Like, why do they...
I'm sorry, that's a stupid question. That is a stupid question.
It was a stupid question. Why does America offer them a better life is what I meant to say.
Economically.
You think it's economics? You think that's it?
Yeah.
You don't think it has anything to do with, like, I mean, people coming from Mexico, you don't think it has anything to do with the cartel, with the violence?
Undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural born U.S. citizens by multiple times. Documented immigrants are also less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural born U.S. citizens. I can also point to the fact that undocumented immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate, meaning they're willing to work and they come to this country and they actually work to a greater extent than natural born U.S. citizens, which provide more tax revenue into our system, which will be able to pay for different things like Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. And also the U.S. has actively destabilized a lot of different countries that people are coming from, economically speaking. So a lot of people are coming and flinging economic persecution by the United States by coming to the United States.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, just to like clear this up here, like like I worked construction for a little bit, worked with a ton of guys that were here on visas, and they were Mexican guys, and they were awesome. They offered me their food. They were super, super sweet, awesome guys, and they worked super hard. So I'm certainly not saying that. What I meant more so was not that the people that are coming here are all violent, right? But that they're leaving a violent country. And I do know positively, and I'm not pulling this out of my ass, that Mexico is certainly a more violent country. There are tons of statistics that support
you
that.
would have not allowed for Holocaust refugees to come into our country because they're fleeing a violent country of Nazi Germany?
I don't know how you wouldn't agree that that's not just a super huge false comparison.
How?
Okay, because Mexican people are not, that's to compare Mexican people right now to.
Yeah, exactly. Mexico is a lot safer than Nazi Germany was for Jewish people.
Okay, I don't.
Why? Because Nazis literally mass exterminated Jewish people. Okay, so like that's.
Yeah. Okay. Can we just all understand that, like, come on, like, when the virtue signaling goes off, it's like, obviously I'm against the Holocaust.
I'm not virtue signaling.
Okay, well, I guess I can't believe I have to say that.
Otherwise. I'm just saying, you have to understand that someone coming from a dangerous country doesn't mean that they shouldn't be able to come to our country.
That's not my reasoning. My reasoning is that they want to come here because it's safer, right? And I think
that would be a reason, sure.
Yeah, like, and I'm saying, like, they want to come here because it's safer, and I have an understanding of that. But like, that's kind of my point, is like, this country is safer for specific reasons, and those specific reasons. Yeah, so one of them would be the fact that in Mexico it's incredibly difficult to own a gun legally.
So I don't think the fact that we have a greater access to guns reduces crime in our country. It's very unlikely that someone specifically with access to a gun like prevents crime. It's very unlikely.
Sure. Well, the cartel would not get away with a lot of the things that they get away with in Mexico here in the United States. And they certainly do get away with things, but it's not. So yeah, by the way, it wouldn't happen.
I don't know what your point is with that.
The point is that the United States is safer, and it's a better country for a reason. And I just find it funny.
What's your point with saying
that? The point is that the way and the process that people come here, right, needs to be in a monitored way, in a way where people aren't coming here and they're not adapting, right, to our ideals, what we believe in. Like, if you're going to come here as a citizen. Yeah, so like when you become a citizen of this country, right, like a big part of that is like you have to learn about our Constitution. There's certain
they can't disagree with, like, our call for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even though it's found in the Constitution, right? Like, you wouldn't allow them into our country if they were to say that, right?
Well, that I get what you're saying there, but
I'm just trying to clarify. You wouldn't allow them to legally immigrate to our country if they called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, right?
I don't think I kind of already hit on that, and I think I already kind of told you that I wasn't really for the January 6th.
Would you let them legally enter the country? I'm just asking.
If they wanted to terminate the Constitution,
all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, yeah.
No, I would not. I would not.
You wouldn't let them legally enter the country, but you'd let them become president of the United States?
Yeah, so again, with that situation, which I already said that I was against. I already said that I was against January 6th and the way that went down, and I also don't think that the election was stolen. I kind of already said this, but I think that he was under the impression in his mind, because I think that he has a huge ego. I think we could probably agree there, that it truly was stolen. I think in his mind, he really thought that. And I think that call, for, like, what he was saying was under the preface that this country was being stolen through a stolen election. So I don't think that that's a one-to-one. Just saying, hey, we should abandon the Constitution, versus saying, hey, there was this giant coup to steal an election.
Wait, so if they agree with Trump, if they agree with Trump's position, and they wanted Trump to terminate the Constitution because of the fact that they thought the 2020 election was stolen, would you be okay with them legally entering the country?
I just don't. I don't think Trump's made any true effort to.
I'm just asking, would you be okay with them legally entering the country?
I don't look. This is just getting. I feel like we're kind of getting lost here. I really, for me, I want people who come here to love the country because I think it's a great country, and I want people to come here that wanna be Americans and want to learn about America and love our Constitution.
Yeah, so then you can't be supporting candidates that literally did January 6th. You can't do that. You can't support candidates that pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. You can't do that. You can't go vote for the guy that called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, and actively violates multiple of our constitutionally protected rights. That can't be something that you support.
And look, there's a lot. To be honest, it's okay. Don't you're still. I've already said it, and I don't want to just go in circles here, but I kind of already said the piece about again him calling for the termination. But I certainly hear what you're saying, and I'll tell you, like, there's a lot wrong with Trump, and I'm not really gonna disagree with you there. With that being said, again, like, the issues on the other side. And when we're kind of put into this two-party system situation where you got to vote a certain way, like, it's just like I just see a lot of corruption. So I don't know. It's yeah. I wish I had all the answers.
I think Trump causes that corruption.
Oh, I think that's super naive. Yeah, I think that's a super naive opinion. Oh, I think to say that Trump is the cause of it, I think that this has been something that's been long-standing. And, like, look, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but there's
I'm
certainly...
not saying that corruption hasn't existed prior. What I'm saying is that Trump is the cause of corruption.
Yeah, I just am gonna have to, is a cause for corruption or is the cause for corruption?
Is a cause for corruption.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Again, I don't know enough right now. I would say we'll have to see how these emails. And let me make this very clear: I'm totally all for these Epstein files getting released, and I have been.
How do you
for
feel
a long
about Trump
time.
thinking that they're a hoax?
Oh, I'm not. It's been frustrating, and a lot of me and my conservative buddies, we talk about it, and we're all frustrated. I don't think, and this is where I think we kind of get lost, and that's where it's frustrating. Like, I hope everyone here can understand. I don't think majority of our country is in support of child rapists, right? I think most of 99% plus of the country can get together and say, hey, child rapists should be locked up. So I don't think anyone's in support of that. And I definitely want to see the information get released. But I'll also just go ahead and say that I don't think this is a one-party thing. I think that's...
It definitely is right now a one-party thing. The Democrats have not done this.
Yeah, I guess we just have to see. I think that the amount of, let's just keep in mind that the Epstein thing was going on when Democrats were in control too, right? And it wasn't getting released. So I think there's a lot happening.
They were sealed or limitations, and you understand that we're talking about stuff where Donald Trump is actively trying to open an investigation into it while simultaneously calling it a hoax. Can you explain to me why he's doing that? I think he's doing his hardest to try to not to release it. And explain to me why that's weird. Why is he doing that? And you could say maybe Democrats not releasing it is weird. Even if that were the case, if they did have the ability to, I would still call that out. Right? Like, sure. Why would you want to call that out on both sides?
Oh, I'm calling it out. No, I am calling it out. I think it's very odd.
Trump, because he's clearly not releasing it because he's fucking scared. Are you calling it a hoax, saying we should stop talking about it?
Mm-hmm. No, I'll tell you this right now.
He canceled Marjorie Taylor Greene. Did you know that?
No, I didn't see that. What I will say, and I don't. Again, this is I'm a pursuer of truth, man. So it's not really a party thing for me. I certainly saw before the election, and everyone's seen these little compilations, right? But like, I really did see it real time. Like, everyone, Kash Patel, JD Vance, all these guys, talking about releasing the Epstein files, and how we needed to get them released. And then, now it's just completely change of story. So no, I'm certainly with you. But I'd love to tell you what I find frustrating with the whole thing is that there's a lot of people like me that have been pushing for the release of the Epstein files and have been talking about it. And I've been talking about Epstein for a long time, like 2019, like before, like
Then how do you
Epstein's
feel
been
about how do you feel about Epstein saying that Trump is the worst guy he's ever known?
I would have to. Could you, not to? Would you mind pulling those emails up? I don't. They just got released.
It's from the
right?
Oversight House Committee.
Let me
House
look it
Oversight
up.
Committee.
I bear with me. Like this has just came out.
No, but like, given I mean, I promise you can find this. I'm just telling you that's
Yeah.
what he said. If you'd like to look it up, I can thank some people in the meantime.
Let me look it
I'll
up.
just do that right now. Kevin, thank you so much for the $1. Nancy, thank you so much for the $7.77. Thank you. Rob, thank you so much for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I definitely will. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Rob. Thank you. Claudia, thank you for the $50 on YouTube. On Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said, does dude know that even state insurance has a work requirement? I was kicked off in February because I made too much. Literally. Thank you so much, Claudia. Thank you so much. Benjamin, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's constantly checked. Kayla, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Benjamin, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Lacey, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you, Lacey. Amber with the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Peyton, thank you for the $15. Thank you. I typically don't add people up from the Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal anymore. But thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. If you're on YouTube, let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. Joe, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Joe. Again, if you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Alrighty. Give him a second to find this information.
I've been looking. I'm reading emails here. I'm not seeing one where he said he's worse than the child rapist. I'm not seeing that.
No, he said he's known bad people, none as bad as Trump.
Yeah, I'm not. Okay, let me type that in exactly. But no, I'm not seeing that one.
I promise you it exists.
Okay, let's see.
Okay,
Bad
here,
people.
While you look that up, I could try to add someone else up.
Okay.
And talk to them in the meantime. Let's get another person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. You know what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would still vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Yeah, so I think he was a better choice.
Oh, sorry. You guys sounded similar. Go ahead.
I think he was a better choice than Kamala Harris.
Okay, and what makes you think that?
Well, we don't really have much to go off of with Kamala Harris at this point. I don't think that her economic policies were very fair or reasonable. I do think that Trump did a good job on his first term, or at least a decent job.
Okay. What economic policies of Kamala Harris's do you disagree with?
She was given a really big, down payment for housing for qualifying people. And that bar was
that's
rather
good. A $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. Why is that bad?
Because it didn't apply to everyone equally.
It was for first-time home buyers for new homes.
Yeah, but didn't it have an income requirement, and it had to be low enough to qualify for it?
No, not to my knowledge. And I mean, even then, why would that be an issue?
Because
you're just saying that you would support it. You just support it being expanded more. Appreciate the fireworks. Thank you.
I just think Trump's economic policies were better, all right?
Such as?
His tax breaks, first of all, that he extended.
Okay. Kamala Harris wanted to keep all the ones for income earners under $400,000 a year, whereas Donald Trump's tax policy gives tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires and for people whose income was over $400,000 a year on their income.
Well,
above 400K.
It was set to expire, and Democrats wanted it to expire. They fought for it to expire.
Kamala Harris wanted to keep the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for income earners under $400,000 a year. That's what her plan was. That's what she ran.
You know, I do support tax changes as well. Like, you know, I do think that his policies overall are better, though. I do think that
you're not telling us how, because I think tariffs disproportionately raise taxes for low and middle income individuals. So if you replace income tax with tariffs, you're just shifting the burden of taxation from those that are higher income to those that are lower income disproportionately, which is essentially just reverse Robin Hood and taking money from the poor to give to the rich.
I don't think the tariffs were ever meant to be permanent, though. I think they were more so like a trade war tactic.
Okay, so then they're not going to increase domestic manufacturing. So his
Short
whole
term, they
argument, if he
will.
wants to, no, they won't. They haven't done that. If we've actually seen domestic manufacturing investment decline since Trump got in office, not only this term but his first term as well. And when Biden got in office, we saw a massive increase to levels that we haven't seen in decades.
I misunderstood you. I thought you were saying that it would increase pricing for domestic production because of the tariffs.
Both will.
And I was saying short
that,
term that it
yes, tariffs will increase domestic production costs because we get aspects of the domestic manufacturing process from countries around the world. So if there's a universalized tariff put in place, it will cause an increase in the domestic manufacturing process, which is why we've seen a reduction in real domestic manufacturing investment since Trump got in office.
And yeah, there's been a lot of turmoil in the market just over the tariffs and the scares about that. I'm not going to defend that part. I don't think that that was handled as well as it could have been. I do think, honestly, that there were a lot of things that have, you know, decreased my support of Trump over his term, like basically spitting in the face of Elon. Elon cut a whole bunch of expenses, and then Trump's like, we're going to pass the biggest spending bill in history. And it's like that kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
Well,
Granted, I still to this day
president.
think he was a better choice than Kamala. But obviously, I don't.
Why so? Because he's less fiscally responsible. He signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending.
Hey, brother, I'm gonna hop in here and just say I appreciate you. I'm gonna head out.
Did you find your source thing?
Dude, I was looking for it, man. I'm having a hard time finding the email. I did find this NPR.org that did say that he sent that was a 2019 message to Wolf, I think. I found one article. Oh, no. 2017 to former Treasury Secretary Lawrence Summers, not one decent cell in his body, no one as bad as Trump. Yeah,
I mean, that's NPR reporting on it. That's enough for you to see it. How do you?
No, that's I literally had just found that. Sure, man. I mean, let me tell you right now. I think, like I said earlier, I think that I think we can all get behind being against child trafficking. And I will tell you this: is if Donald Trump was involved in that, like, I think that he should completely be held to the full extent of the law. So I don't, I'm not gonna. Again, I don't know. I was curious to find this just because it wasn't that I didn't trust you. It was just because I hadn't seen that out of all the emails I've been seeing. But yeah, I mean, look, I Epstein saying that, certainly interesting. I'm not going to disagree with you there. I don't know if it's enough for me to formulate a hard opinion on, but it's definitely, I mean, Epstein calling him a bad person is it's interesting.
Can I jump in on that?
Sure. I'm going to head out, but hey, thank you so much for the conversation, man. I really appreciate it.
Jumping in on that, why are we putting so much value in Jeffrey Epstein's opinion of all people?
It's just that he knew about things that Donald Trump has done.
He said things that Donald Trump has done. There's no proof.
Wait,
it's
okay,
just his opinion.
But I think he would be knowledgeable about these things. Given
it's
that,
possible.
You want to know why? Because he was the one who would specifically be trafficking the kids. So, of course, he would know if Trump was engaging in that behavior.
Yeah, and Amber Heard would be knowledgeable about her relationship with Johnny Depp, but that doesn't prove anything.
Can you answer my question?
What was the question again?
Is this indicative, because it's in a private email, of specifically what Epstein thought about Trump?
Maybe. Again,
Okay,
I
so
don't put
if
much
it's
value in Jeffrey
indicative, if
Epstein's
it's
opinion.
indicative of what Epstein thought about Trump privately, does that indicate that Trump likely engaged in really bad behavior?
Perhaps. As I said, I'll believe it when I know it to be true, not when it's just rumors floating around.
Okay. So, I mean, again, when there's a civil case that determined that Donald Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll, you're still not willing to accept it in that circumstance. So this idea that you have that it's specifically like, oh, you're going to accept it if there's a determination. Well, you didn't even do so in that circumstance. There was a determination in the context of a court case specifically about the fact that Donald Trump sexually abused a woman. And do you accept that?
Are we talking about the one from like 2016 or something? Is this the Stormy Daniels one?
No, the Stormy
No, it's a
Daniels.
different.
Stormy Daniels, he was consensual. He cheated on his wife while she was pregnant with Stormy Daniels, and then he paid her off with hush money, and then falsified business records to hide that payment.
Okay, I'm not knowledgeable about the one you're addressing, so I wouldn't really contribute much
He was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating Eugene Carroll's vagina against her will, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people.
Again, I haven't heard of it. I can't contribute much to that.
Well, he was determined by an entire jury to have done that. So you said that you would
Yes,
accept
there's
it
a
if it
lot of
happened.
things that juries have determined about Donald Trump.
Yeah, so then why don't you accept that?
Because I know nothing about it at the moment other than what you're telling me. I'd rather do my own research.
Do you want to look into it while I talk to someone else in the meantime?
Not at the moment. I have a lot to discuss with you.
I would prefer for you to look this up prior because I think it's pretty important.
I think it's more of like a side issue. We're talking about Jeffrey
It's
Epstein's
not a
opinion.
side issue. I mean, Donald Trump being held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will is a disqualifying point for him, right?
Yes, but this isn't that relevant.
Okay, so then why don't you look into it? It's not a side point. You should look into it and check to see if that's
What was
true
it?
in order to know whether or not you support the guy.
Sure. What was the situation?
Look up Trump liable essay AP News.
Trump liable
essay AP News. And then Alyssa, thank you so much. I really appreciate this $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Of course, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know. It used to be the Doge stimmy check. Samuel, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. No, literally no source. They provided no source for that claim they had about the UK. Alrighty, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Let's go on to the next person. Elizabeth, thank you for the $4.20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everyone. Alrighty, yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, what makes you support Trump?
Nigger, 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 nigger,
You're
nigger,
just
nigger, nigger, nigger.
disgusting. So disgusting. Low IQ. Low IQ Trump supporters with no arguments just try to spam shit like that. It's so gross. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm so sorry, did not mean to.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah. Parker, you're such a cutie patootie, bro. You.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria, again, listed on the TikTok screen. Let's get the next person up here real quick. We should be on live, everyone, for a little bit longer. It's kind of just dependent on whenever my girlfriend comes back.
I've had a little bit of time to look into it now. If you're ready to talk some more about it.
Okay, go ahead. You can find it whenever you found it.
Yeah, so I looked into the case a bit. It's talking about in 1995 to 1996. It was brought up in May of 2023.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely damaging to his image. I agree. And also, it's likely he did some bad stuff. I can't guarantee that everything is completely factual.
So is it this a disqualifying point for him? You said if it were true, it's a disqualifying point. So now that
there's
you've looked
also
into
a case with Stormy Daniels. And
no, I'm sorry.
was-
That's him cheating. You cannot compare cheating to sexual abuse.
Well, it's also a defaming situation around him.
What? It wasn't. Todd, think of the $5. I mean, she
Yes,
wasn't
it was not
defaming
good
him
publicity
by
for
saying
him.
that it looked like a mushroom. That's not defaming.
Claiming that he was given or he gave her hush money, and that's a common
That did
thing
happen.
that rich
He
people do when
did
anything
give hush
raised
money.
against them.
What was illegal was falsifying business records.
Yes, and that was an accounting error.
Okay, that when you say an accounting error, no, it was literally like he was determined by a criminal court that he falsified these business records and committed a predicate crime. So in furtherance of another crime. Ari, thank you for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you.
Look, we could keep talking about that if you want to. I'd rather address other things that we went over earlier. Well, not that we specifically, but you specifically with other people.
I mean, you can bring those up, but it sounds like you just don't want to address this or talk about this, and it sounds like you honestly don't think that this is a disqualifying point.
I'd just rather address other things more.
You'd rather not address this?
I'd rather address something that I'm well studied on.
I mean,
than something
shouldn't
I'm
this
not.
be a disqualifying point, though?
What points are you tracking?
I
Are you
said the
keeping score?
Said sexual abuse is a disqualifying point.
Yes, it's a hit to his character.
What do you mean a hit to his character? It's a disqualifying.
There's plenty of bad things that have been said about every political candidate.
Okay.
If
can
you look
name,
at
can you name something that
Kamala
Kamala
Harris.
Can you name something that Kamala Harris has done that is at all comparable
Supposedly
to
done,
Donald Trump
yes, I can
sexually
name a lot.
abusing? Yeah, tell me anything that's comparable to Donald Trump sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll.
Well, this is just the same as Epstein claiming Trump is a terrible person. There's plenty of people claiming that Kamala
This is
Harris
not
slept her way to the top.
Okay. Well, there's actually claims about Donald Trump doing that to Bill Clinton. So if you want to talk about quote unquote sleeping their way to the top, right? One, you have no evidence of this with Kamala Harris. And two, I mean, literally Donald Trump fucking blew Bill Clinton. Do you think that is do you think that's evidence of him sleeping his way, or not sleeping, sucking his way to the top?
Yeah, we don't know that happened.
Okay, so then how do you know it happened in terms of Kamala Harris?
I didn't say.
Oh, okay. So then, if you don't have evidence for that, then why are you okay to say that? But I'm not okay to say that Donald Trump sucked his way to the top. Why can't I say that?
Yeah, you also said that Donald Trump was involved in the child trafficking.
Can you answer the question? If you have reason to say that about Kamala Harris, do I have reason to say that Donald Trump sucked his way to the top?
Sure, it's an opinion. You're welcome to have your own opinions, whether they're true.
No, would you have that opinion though?
Would I?
Would you have that
No,
opinion?
I know
Because
nothing about
but it has the same basis for your
I've never even heard of it.
position.
No,
it has the same. You said that Kamala Harris slept her way to the top. What basis and evidence do you have to believe that?
What basis and evidence? We can go back and forth on that all day of bringing other comparisons. We're not getting anywhere there. I'd rather talk about the
answer
DEI
the question.
policy
What
conversation
evidence
than
do you
talk
have
about
that she slept her way to the top?
Again, what evidence do you have that Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump were colluding in child trafficking?
Wait,
We're getting nowhere.
Why are you
Answer my
pivoting
question.
and why are you pivoting and changing the topic?
Because you're also pivoting.
I'm not. I'm literally asking you a specific question.
Yeah, and I'm also asking you a specific question.
Yeah, but you're asking me one
These are
that's
mine
irrelevant to
first.
the point that I just asked you in order to try to deflect away from what I brought up.
These are all
I'm not
irrelevant
doing
to
that.
Again, I'd rather talk about DEI policies.
Okay. You don't want to have a conversation about what I'm bringing up? I'm sorry. If you're not willing to engage with what I have to say, I'm going to kick you. You're wasting my time. Involved with what I have to say, or engage with what I have to say, or get the fuck off my stream.
Okay, what else do you want to talk about, or do you?
What I
only
just
want to
said.
talk-
How about you respond to what I just said?
Okay, what was it again?
You don't remember? If okay,
It was.
what reason do you have to believe that Kamala Harris, quote unquote, slept her way to the top?
I don't. I was just saying what other
You don't.
people have said.
Why?
I was
You were
bringing
comparing that to
in.
Donald Trump being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. And yet you have no evidence for that. Yet we have a civil case with 9 people that unanimously determined that to be true.
That was in reference to the Stormy Daniels situation, which was a little bit different. I think we both can agree.
Yeah, I don't know why we never talked about Stormy Daniels. You brought that up. Or I
We
never
did talk
did, sorry.
about it.
We did. I never brought it up before. That's what I meant to say.
Okay. Can we talk about some things that we would agree on?
You want to pivot? You want to change and talk about something else? No, we can't. We're debating. Engage with what I have to say.
And we're going back to the sexual abuse thing. Yes, it's terrible. I think all sexual abuse is terrible.
It's a disqualifying point, but do you want to address what I'm saying? You again were trying to say that Kamala Harris slept her way to the top as a comparison to Donald Trump being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. I'm asking you, what makes you think that
That's
those are
not a
comparable,
personal-
even if it were true on behalf of Kamala Harris, which it's not?
That's not a personal opinion I hold. I was using it as a correlation.
What correlation is there?
The same referencing, saying that unfounded facts hold any value.
These aren't unfounded facts. He was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people.
That was talk. The
Go ahead.
unfounded facts was talking about the Kamala Harris thing.
Kamala.
Yes,
What do you
not
mean?
about the conviction in court. I'll agree with you there. I'll concede
Okay,
that.
so then, okay, so then it had no relevance to be brought up. Yeah, you just randomly brought it up.
Sure.
Okay. What else did you want to say?
What else?
Because I mean, one, you have to acknowledge the fact that it's a disqualifying point, and two, what thing do you like in term? Actually, I think you said DEI or something. Can you name one DEI policy Democrats support that you disagree with?
Racial quotas and hiring and promotions.
What specific quote unquote racial quota does Kamala Harris support that you disagree with? Tyler, think of the travel in the U.S.
I don't know about Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. That's the last candidate. So then, what are you so mad about?
Well, I was referencing Democratic DEI policies and just DEI policies.
Name a single Democratic politician that supports a racial quota.
I only know of companies that supported racial quotas and hiring.
Do you know of a single Democratic politician that has that position?
I think Biden was generally for DEI, but not
I mean,
like
he never
specifically.
specifically advocated for a racial quota. Like, what specific DEI racial quota did Joe Biden support?
I mean, can we talk about the companies that actually set
No,
these
let's
numerical
no, because you were
targets?
saying Democrats support these policies on DEI that you disagree with. I'm just asking you, what Democratic politicians support these policies that you disagree with? And it sounds like you can't tell me.
Bernie Sanders supports DEI generally.
Bernie Sanders never said that he supports a racial quota.
Did he support DEI?
I'm sure there's some
Well.
DEI policy that you could point to that he ends up supporting, but I don't know what specific racial quota he supports. Could you tell me what specific policy?
I mean,
you
the
disagree with?
specific ones that I wanted to address were companies like Meta, Lyft, Victoria's Secret.
Okay,
They
so
set
then you have an issue with private companies. What's the Democratic policy you disagree with?
DEI and federal aviation hiring.
Okay, so what federal aviation hiring DEI did you disagree with in terms of Democratic policy?
Their 2022 to 2024 push for diversity in air traffic controllers, including outreach to underrepresented groups and bias training amid a controller shortage of all things.
Okay, so then what did they do? Outreach. What was the outreach?
The
ChatGPT it?
outreach. No, it was basically advertising the job more so in underrepresented areas, and also lowering the bar
so advertising the job in underrepresented areas. And you disagree with this?
more so than represented areas, I suppose.
Wow,
I would say that's
advertising in underrepresented areas. So you want them to continue to stay underrepresented?
No, I think
Okay,
that they
so
should
then you
have
do support the
more
policy
representation.
meant to help out underrepresented communities by increasing the amount of advertisements in underrepresented communities, correct? So you
Sorry,
you
say
actually
that
agree.
again.
So you actually agree with the policy you just said that you disagree with, right?
Sure, to a degree that
So
can
you
support
chat GPT'd a DEI policy and you ended up agreeing with it.
well, if you let me finish my thought.
No, seriously, you just chat GPT'd a DEI policy and you ended up literally agreeing with it. That
No, I
was so
searched it
funny.
like an hour and a half ago while listening to you talk.
Okay, bud. Okay.
But specifically, I think they should be represented according to their percentage of population. We shouldn't be aiming for arbitrary 30%. Numerical targets. I think giving someone a job over a more qualified candidate is wrong in all regards.
This is not giving a job over a more qualified candidate. That's nowhere. Name one policy that is giving a job over more qualified candidates that Democrats support.
Sorry, one more time.
Could you name one Democratic policy that is giving people jobs that are underqualified?
There is nothing specific in that case. There are a lot of things that support a higher rate than what is, per capita.
Okay, so you have yet to give us a single policy that you disagree with. So stop this boogeyman of DEI policy that you disagree with without actually being able to mention a single thing. It's embarrassing.
I felt like I did mention a few solid points.
You literally didn't, dude. You actually mentioned something you agreed with.
I agreed not with the 30% arbitrary goals, but with a per capita goal.
Wait, no, you agreed with
percentage of the
representing, increasing the amount of advertisements in underrepresented communities for jobs.
Yes, and I think
so
that
then
they
what's
should-
wrong?
Would you let me finish? I
No.
think that they should increase the advertise. Okay, sure, we can move on if you'd like.
Dude, I'm joking with you. Chill, man. No need to be so
Oh.
serious and sensitive. It's okay.
I did actually want to talk about some things that we might agree on.
What? The sky's blue?
These are more moderate policies that I think would be good.
Okay, so like, what?
These are more just my personal opinions, but I think that we could raise the minimum wage to like $20 an hour over the next 10 years. It'd have to be slow, steady, and yes, it could hurt small businesses, but also I think there's tax benefits that could offset that. Do you agree?
I think that increasing the minimum wage is the way to go. I think we need to adjust it for inflation. And I don't know what you mean. I don't know. 10 years is a bit much.
Yeah, I think it'd be best to have it done gradually, just because I think people would overreact if it was super fast.
But like we haven't had any increase since 2009. Okay, so that
Oh, yeah,
gradual
absolutely.
increase should have been happening through like a system that's adjusted for inflation, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, we could probably jump it up a good deal. I'd be in support of that.
All right. What else?
Something else. I think the rich should bear more of the tax burden than anyone making less.
So then you do not support Trump. Stop, dude. His policies literally do that. They literally shift the burden of taxation to those that are lower and middle income comparative to like the richer individuals. I'm serious. Like if you actually look at the policies, that's the effect of them.
To a degree, they do.
That's not just to a degree. That's what happens.
Yeah, they have tax cuts for the upper class, but there's some for the lower class too.
But like all those are going to stay under Kamala Harris's plan.
Yeah, that's fine too.
Okay.
I just didn't think of Kamala's.
Then that means that Kamala Harris would keep all of the tax cuts for low and middle income individuals, and she would actually extend them. That's what Democrats are advocating for, whereas Trump specifically just wanted to increase tax on the working class by imposing tariffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then
I'd rather
tax
like a
does not
full-
account for that. The income tax cuts do not account for it because
Yeah.
Kamala Harris would have kept all of those. For
I'd
income
rather
earners
like
under
a full
400,000.
overhaul. I'd rather like a full overhaul of the tax plan. In all honesty, I don't think what we have is good.
I understand you want a full overhaul, but neither side is necessarily advocating for that. And the overhaul that Trump is
It's
advocating for is not in a good mechanism if you're going to say that that's an overhaul.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd
Because
honestly
shifting it to
rather.
tariffs is worse.
Mm-hmm. I'd honestly rather if anyone making less than 100,000 had no income tax.
Yeah, but like, I mean, that's not real and under either of the systems that they're advocating for. And
It's
also, that's
definitely a
not
pipe.
realistic to be able to fund all the programs that we need to have zero tax on income of under 100,000. That's just,
Well, you would
to be honest.
also likely remove the standard deduction in that case and then raise it on the higher side.
Say
You
that
know, where
again,
it's like
sorry?
40% over 400,000. You would remove the standard deduction. So
You want to
some of that
remove
would
the
be
standard
wash.
deduction?
Yes, if you're making under 100,000 income, no income tax.
No, you meaning you want to give them a standard deduction up to 100,000.
Yeah, I guess actually.
So you want to extend the standard deduction. So neither side's advocating for that. Okay, if you want less taxes for working class people, then you support Kamala Harris, and you just don't know it yet. And you support Democrats, you just don't know it yet.
What was the recent policies of Kamala Harris that were similar to that? She
I
wanted to
just told
extend
you
the Trump
she wanted to keep all the tax cuts on income under $400,000 a year.
What else was she wanting to do though?
She wanted to expand the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for all those, everyone, not just people that are on Medicare. You can point to a million things.
I mean, I don't have children, I don't have insulin. Most of those don't benefit me directly, and they would largely come at the cost of the taxpayer, wouldn't they?
Well, at the end of the day, if you look at the overall plans, Kamala Harris would sign off on $4 trillion less debt-related spending on a central estimate, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. Plus, you would have less in taxes because you make under $400,000 a year, likely, and you are going to pay less in tariffs because tariffs wouldn't exist to the same degree under the Harris administration compared to the Trump administration, meaning that you'd have less imposed taxes on you.
That could be true, yeah.
That is true.
It's hard to see exactly what the Kamala Harris entire economic plan would be when all we had was what she was running on. What she might have actually done could have been different. I'm not very trusting of politicians.
Okay. You said you're not trusting of politicians, but you trusted Trump enough to say that you thought he was going to do some of what he said he was going to do. So I don't know why you trust Trump but not trust Kamala Harris. That just doesn't make any sense.
I honestly thought neither of them were great candidates. If I could go back to...
Yeah, what would you do? Would you vote or would you just not vote?
Honestly, the years of... I'm forgetting the guy's name who ran against Obama. What was his name?
McCain or Romney?
Romney. I think, honestly, Romney was a lot more respectful of a person than Trump. And...
Not even close, yeah.
And I do think that Obama is a better candidate than all of them since, just even on vibe alone.
Wait, say that one more time, sorry?
I think that Obama was a better candidate than Biden and Harris, even if it's just on the vibe alone.
Okay.
I think he was a much better public speaker. He displayed strength for America. He was a very good speaker in general.
Okay.
I don't know all the specifics with him, but I definitely like him a lot more.
So is Kamala Harris?
I think she's an okay speaker. The
Way better
interview
than
that
Trump.
she had with...
Do you think Trump's a good speaker?
Decent. He has like a 4th grade
Really?
vocabulary.
No, it's even worse than that. He said that he said we should look into using
Probably, yeah.
he said we should look into using disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said we should look into using nuclear weapons to fight hurricanes. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the election. He said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that climate change is a hoax and the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. I mean, this guy's literally delusional. Okay,
Those are a lot of
the idea that he's a good speaker is actually laughably insane.
I would agree with a good deal of the things that he says. I don't think they're very polished. Now, I do think with how terrible his vocabulary is, it's more so geared towards, for everyone to understand, as opposed to like some of his clips earlier in his career where he's much better spoken with a much higher level vocabulary.
I don't think he had a high vocabulary at any point in time. Can you tell me the most complicated word he said?
Not a specific word, just interviews early on in his life used a lot bigger words in general.
Such as examples?
Industry, documentation, words more than 6 letters instead of just...
Industry and documentation are not sophisticated words. Okay.
Okay. Establishment.
He couldn't even pronounce acetaminophen.
I can't pronounce that either. What is that?
Acetaminophen?
Acetaminophen. I've never heard of it.
You've never heard of acetaminophen?
As everyone? Oh, someone said it's Tylenol.
Practically everyone, dude. I'm serious. Like, I actually, like, I'm kind of flabbergasted that you don't know what that is.
There are a lot of terms that I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
I don't claim to know them all.
All right, that's okay. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I go into the next person?
Yeah. I think it's toxic how companies treat their employees nowadays, and that the Dodge versus Ford Motor Company lawsuit was honestly the cause of that, and it's only gotten worse since then.
Okay, and does Trump lead to better conditions for that?
Not necessarily. I don't think Kamala campaigned much over that either, much to my dismay.
Okay. All right, well, is there anything else you want to talk about before I go on to the next person?
I think that the government shutdown was pretty dumb.
Okay.
I also did want to look into, you know how you always say not having documents isn't a crime? Like being an undocumented immigrant. What do you think about Title 8 U.S. Code Section 1227, A1 and B subsections, and Title 8 U.S.C. Section 1182, subsections A, 9, and B?
I never said undocumented entry wasn't illegal. No one claimed that. I just claimed that people should be punished. I just claim that people should be punished for it in the condition that they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime.
You don't consider entering a country illegally to be like a bad crime?
No.
Then doesn't that undermine all of the people who do go through the long, lengthy legal process for it?
No, what harms the people who are going through said legal process is the people who advocate for that process to take even longer, which is what Republicans do. So
I would say the millions that cross illegally slow down the process a lot. And
not at all, because they don't even go in the line in the first. If they don't go in the line, how do they make the line longer?
Because the places that they would go are already more populated than they would have been, and there's harsher restrictions on it.
But that doesn't make the line longer. The line isn't made longer by people who don't go in the line.
When politicians raise the bar
and
on
also,
legal...
I'm not advocating for no border. People who have committed violent crimes, and genuinely, it's actually frustrating how people willfully misunderstand this. Like, I don't think people are this stupid. There's no way. It feels like people are purposely misunderstanding my position. This is not open borders. There's still restrictions. People who have committed violent crimes or bad crimes would not be let in the country. People held civilly liable of sexually abusing women would not be allowed into our country. But apparently you want them to become president of the United States.
I mean, that's a red herring.
No, it's not.
We weren't talking about that at this moment.
We were talking about immigration.
Yes, and, you know, the codes that state that if they cross the border without inspection, that's a crime under U.S. law. And if they re-enter after deportation, that's a felony.
You
It
don't
doesn't
give a shit
matter
about, you don't
where they
give a shit about felonies. And I don't even, is it a felony if they re-enter? But I don't know. I have to check back. I'm not quite sure.
Title 8 U.S.
It's a misdemeanor for originally coming in.
Yes, that's correct. It's
Grayson,
a
by the
civil
way, thank you
law.
so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Grayson. Creative W's for Grayson in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Of course, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $5. Elizabeth, thank you for the $1 as well. Joshua, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ari, thank
So,
you for
like,
the $5.
if they did...
Is there... All right. I'm
If
kind of
they
over
did
this
neither-
conversation. What's up?
If they did neither of those things, then they would have their papers and they wouldn't be undocumented and then they wouldn't be committing crimes. And I honestly would be all for them. I also do support the
Then do you want to
hardworking
make the legal
ones.
process going quick? Do you want to make the legal process go quicker?
Oh, I do. Yeah.
Okay, so that's
That's
what I'm
all we can
advocating for.
agree.
I want to make the legal process go quicker. And I think that people who have been in the country undocumented, who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country. That inevitably will lead to more people within the country who are undocumented already to get vetted and go through the legal process, rather than otherwise people not going through the legal process.
I think that's relatively fair, but I'd like to put like a time frame on it. You know, if you've been here more than 3 years or something, then sure, you know, you don't have to be deported.
I don't think
but
it should have to be
anything
more than
less-
3 years. I think people who have been here less than 3 years should be able to as well.
Where would you place it?
Anyone who's come into the country undocumented who hasn't committed a violent crime or a bad crime.
Oh, just okay. I guess that's kind of fair. A little bit more liberal than where I lean on it. I'd say at least a year.
Okay, well, I mean, even then, like, that's even to the left of the Democratic Party. So it's like, I'm like, you actually agree more with Democrats then.
I mean, I still think that all of the people who are here, you know, that are undocumented should be, you know, deported in the case that they haven't been here longer than a year.
Okay, well,
And I would say that's not quite, you know, in alignment with the Democratic Party.
it is,
and their
actually.
perspective.
The Democratic Party wants to deport people who have come to the country undocumented. They just prioritize those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
I mean, they want more of a view like yours, where it's just anyone gets kind of a
Not
free
true.
pass.
Not true. I wish it was more like mine.
Well, like a path to citizenship where they aren't deported first. That seems to be what they're in favor of.
That's not even what they're advocating for. So I don't know what you're.
That's what you're advocating for.
I know
and
that is what I'm advocating for, but I don't know
You're
any. I don't know where the Democrats are advocating for that, because I would love for that. Like, let me know. I actually genuinely want to know. Like, I would be like, yo, I appreciate that position.
Would you say that you lean more on the Democratic side or Republican? So then you would say that you're more of a Democrat, and your opinion is very pro.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, Parker, honestly, really, do you align more with Democrats or Republicans? Really, I really wonder what he was expecting from that. What was he expecting? Maybe I would say Republicans. What? My whole life is about how Democrats are better than Republicans, dude. Ken, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Ken in the comment section right now? I think your thing is perfect. They said these people, literally. Awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the Galaxy as well. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Ken in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. My girlfriend's not home yet, so I have time still. Stephanie, we got one more debate, everyone. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $12. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, for sure. Well, I really appreciate it, Stephanie. Thank you. I think I do every once in a while. It's not very common, though, on my stream, though. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, you remember me?
Did I already talk to you?
Yeah. Are you gonna
Okay.
kick me now?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 40 years old.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would definitely vote for Donald Trump again.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Why do I support him? Because my other options are way worse.
Okay, how is Kamala Harris worse?
How was she better?
She was advocating to reduce taxes. Do you have like a fan going on in the background? It's like really loud. She was advocating for reducing taxes for working class people and for people who are in need, whereas Donald Trump was advocating for reducing tax on like millionaires and billionaires and income over $400,000 a year.
Kamala's a liar, and you know it.
Kamala?
I mean, I know that's subjective, but she did. You know very well that she had no intention on taking care of anybody in the United States at all. She's worse than Trump with the APAC and everything else. I mean, I get that Trump obviously takes money because they all take money. And again,
how do you feel about Netanyahu saying that Trump is Trump's the greatest ally that Israel's ever had in the position of the White House?
I'm actually very disgusted with it.
Okay, so then why are you acting like Kamala Harris is worse than Donald Trump relating to this position when Donald Trump said
because I believe
she was advocating for a ceasefire?
I believe that she would have actually sent us into turmoil as a country.
How so?
Whereas Trump, even though he is doing what he's doing, he is not allowing us to fall into complete decline.
How so?
How so?
Yeah, how so?
Because
would she have destroyed our system?
Because she was willing to sell us to the highest bidder, just as Hillary Clinton was.
Okay, no, so there's no argument that you have that she was quote unquote willing to sell us to the highest bidder. Any more than
it's very obvious that
Trump went up to big fossil fuel companies and said, if you give me $1 billion for my campaign, I'll give you $110 billion in tax cuts. He took a $400 million jet from Qatar. Right, we can talk.
I mean, sadly, my only argument for Trump is the fact that he was the better of two evils.
Yeah, but like you can't even give me a reason why.
Why he's the better of two evils?
Yes.
Because at least he tries to sort of play to our demographic rather than just openly say, yeah, you know what, forget all you guys. I'm just going to give to the big companies and everything else.
Be specific. That's literally what Donald Trump did. Okay, be specific with what you're referencing.
How did he give to all the big companies right
massive
away
tax breaks for
millionaires
and billionaires? The big beautiful bill. The big beautiful bill. Add $3.4 trillion to the debt. Cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. 2.5 million people on average every single month off food stamps, and over 10 million people off their access to health insurance. Right, alongside cutting taxes massively for millionaires.
Food stamps never really helped anybody.
Yes, it did.
Let's be
what
honest.
Are you talking? That's a lie. That's a total fucking utter BS lie.
That is not a lie.
Saying
I'm
food stamps
part of poverty.
I'm sorry. That was so
have
stupid.
Had food stamps.
That was so stupid for you to say no one has ever benefited off of food stamps. There are literally thousands of people in the comment section right now that they themselves have benefited off of food stamps. Fuck, I have friends that have benefited off of food stamps, and that if they didn't have food stamps, they would not have ate as a kid. Okay? The idea that you think that no one benefited off of food stamps is the most insane, fucking crazy perspective I've ever heard. Genuinely. What are you talking about? No one fucking benefited from it. What are you saying? Oh, the way you have to unmute your mic. And Allie, thank you for the $40 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Allie. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Allie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I just appreciate you being here. Thank you so much, Allie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see you. You as well. You as well. Hello, I can't hear you. You gotta unmute yourself.
There we go. Sorry about that. But no, I'm saying, like, how did they really benefit when they're barely hitting neutral with food stamps? Like, they don't equal anywhere near what the average everyday American that works over 40 hours can pay for food.
Yeah, so it's just a benefit that people need to be able to get access to food. It's a
no,
to
a
help
benefit.
subsidize it.
A benefit would mean that you would actually positively progress.
What do you mean?
To have some kind of benefit means that it's a plus, it's an extra, that you actually get something out of.
Yes,
they're
that's
barely
what food stamps
surviving.
are. Yeah, exactly.
No, I understand that you're trying to negate it as being something that, well, they got something, so that's a benefit. That's wrong, though. That's like saying, well, you got insurance even though it cost you $600.
Wait, so do you? I mean, I'm sorry, they're getting this because they need it. It increases their access.
But it's
to
not
food.
actually helping them, is my point.
Yes, it is. It's increasing their access to food.
No, if I pass the homeless man on the street, right?
I'm sorry.
I give him $1.
Stop.
It's not really helping him.
Stop. Do you think providing people access to food increases their access to food?
Well, and that's my point, is that you're not really providing them access to food.
I'm gonna go crazy. I want
they can
you to
only get 2 days out of it.
It's not that they only get 2 days out of it. You're providing people a greater access to food by providing them money so that they can pay.
But
for
again,
it,
right
correct?
there, you just said greater. That's you're not getting greater out of it. Is my point.
I'm sorry, you're really pissing me off right now because you're either being dense as fuck or you're stupid. Genuinely.
I'm sorry that you're emotional
Stop
about
talking.
it. But
Stop
the fact
talking. Yes, I'm emotional about it because you're literally denying reality. You're denying reality.
How am I denying
People,
reality?
Listen
The
to what I'm
reality
saying.
is that
Listen to
poverty
what
is-
I'm trying to explain to you right now. Listen to what I'm saying, okay? Please.
I'm listening.
Okay? People have an increased access to food. They would not have otherwise got that food if this wasn't the case. Do you agree with me?
To say that they wouldn't otherwise have, that's debatable.
You're a dishonest fuck. It's more money. Obviously,
That's
they
not
can...
being dishonest.
Stop. Yes, you are. You're so dishonest. It's unbelievable. I'm muting you again because of this bullshit. What do you mean? They have an increase in the amount of money that they can spend on food. That increases their access to food. If you don't think that increases their access to food, you're stupid because it's more money given to them. Genuinely, you're stupid. Like, if you don't think it increases access to food, you are stupid. Right? Because it, objectively speaking, increases how much money they have to spend on food. This is stupid. This is so ridiculous.
Of saying anything about getting food stamps was to say that it's not helping them. It's not really helping them.
You don't think increasing someone who can't afford its access to food is not helping
I'm saying
them?
to give somebody an umbrella in a hurricane doesn't help them.
I'm sorry. You're saying that like they need more than this, but
of course,
does it help them to a certain extent? Are there some people who have eaten that wouldn't?
That's
have
why I
otherwise...
say it's debatable.
Are there some people that ate when they would not have otherwise been able to eat?
Again, I would have to say debatable because I've been in the situation.
I hate you. I genuinely hate you because you're being dishonest. You're being dishonest.
How am I being
as fuck.
dishonest?
Because
I've been without and I've still
hey,
found
let me
food,
give you an example.
is my point.
I have a friend who literally, if he didn't have food stamps as a kid, he would have starved. Okay?
I understand that. And I'm
You
and I'm
cannot
telling
tell
you,
me.
I've been in the
Shut up.
disposition.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
You are getting so angry.
Yes.
Dude.
Yes,
Calm.
because Yes, I am angry. I'm fucking so angry because you're being dishonest, you're denying basic reality, and you're saying something that like people do not benefit from getting access to food stamps when it's objective fact of reality. I know people that would have otherwise not been able to eat if it is the case they didn't get the food stamps. Them not getting access to food stamps reduces their access to food. There are children that rely on food stamps to have fucking food at school. You're denying this. It's stupid. It's so annoying. It's frustrating that people in this fucking country deny this shit. Because there are actually people that are in situations of harm and that they don't get access to it because you're fucking on here advocating against it. And it pisses me off that I have to sit here and advocate for people who have basic fucking food access. Genuinely. This shouldn't be up for fucking debate. The fact that I have to come up on this platform and advocate for that in the very first place is fucking ludicrous. It's unbelievable. This should not be something I have to advocate for. This should be something that is provided as a baseline for everyone. There's no fucking person that should go in this country without adequate access to food. And if you advocate against that, you're a shitty, evil person.
I didn't say they shouldn't go without food. I said it's not enough.
Okay, well then, like, this is at least some. It's a benefit.
And I get that. I'm just saying that it's not enough.
Okay, sure. Then
As far as the food stamp subject.
So let's provide more, not less. You're advocating for Trump,
I agree.
Who's cutting it. So you want
okay,
to...
but Kamala wasn't talking about giving
Kamala.
more to it.
Kamala. So she was advocating to expand the child tax credit. She was advocating to give a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, to help build up the simulation of housing in places where people want to live, to help with people who need access to housing. She wanted to do $2,000 cap on
buying a new home was absolutely ridiculous.
She wanted to do a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for those that are on Medicare. She actively engaged in policies and advocated for policies that would help the burden on the middle class and the working class. To say that she wouldn't have done anything is objectively false.
Subjectively, yes. I would say after what she had done while being with Biden, I would say that I wouldn't believe that she would follow through with any of that.
Okay,
I mean, she was supposed to guard the borders, and she didn't do that.
She wasn't. She wasn't. The border czar is a false thing that was applied to her. She was never
not
the
at all.
border czar.
That was her position.
No, it wasn't. She was never considered the border czar. That was a made-up Republican talking point.
It was made up?
Yes, it was a made-up Republican talking point. Is that like so hard for you to understand? Like it genuinely was a made-up Republican talking point.
It's hard for me to understand that it was a main talking point, and you're saying it was made up when I never came across any article that tried to deter the difference.
No, can you give me any article indicating that it was actually legitimate? Like
there was plenty of articles. I can't give you one offhand because I don't have a computer to show you.
I'll give you time to look it up.
I'm not going to dig on my computer right now.
Why not?
Because I'm sitting here talking to you.
I just told you I'll give you time to look it up.
I'll take the loss on that version. I don't have anything to give you. I apologize.
Why don't you take the time to go look it up?
Because I don't want to. It's that simple.
You don't want to do research?
I mean, why would I go do research on something that has passed when she and Biden both lost? I mean, he quit, but that's besides the point.
Because you want to be a reasonable thinker? Because you want to know
I mean,
what
I am a
Democrats and
reasonable
typical
thinker,
support?
but I try not to live in the past like it's gone. It's done.
You understand that?
Your debate right now is why do I support Trump? And that was the
reason why
the basis was I feel like he was the better of two evils.
The reason why we're talking about this is because it's demonstrating the fact that you made the wrong decision, and I'm trying to get you to reflect on that so that you can actively make the better determination next time when we have an election. Thinking about the past is a thing that we do all the time. Are you saying you never think about the past?
Totally. I still wouldn't vote for her if she came up for another run.
Wait, stop. You don't think about the past ever?
I said I totally do.
Okay, then what's your point?
That I wouldn't vote for her if she ran again. I wouldn't vote, and I actually just got in a debate with somebody at work the other day about how I wouldn't vote for her simply on the concept that I don't feel that a woman should run the country. I don't feel that that's their position.
You're just a misogynistic piece of shit. Literally, you're just a misogynistic.
I wouldn't say misogynist in the idea that I feel that women and men play different roles.
Listen, if Kamala Harris and Donald Trump swapped bodies, Kamala Harris in Donald Trump's body and Donald Trump in Kamala Harris's body, who would you rather vote for?
Well, okay, let me wrap my brain around this. So you're saying that if they just mentally switched?
Yeah, like Kamala Harris in Donald Trump's body and Donald Trump in Kamala Harris's body, who would you rather vote for?
Hearing the policies, I may not vote.
You would change the way that you vote just because of the body that they're in?
If she talked the same,
yeah,
I probably would.
They're the exact same.
If they talk the same, I probably would vote because I don't feel comfortable with the concept of a female running the country, because I feel that male and female play different roles.
Well, I have a question. If it was Nikki Haley versus Joe Biden, who would you rather vote for?
I would back out. I wouldn't even vote.
You are so crazy, dude. It's not even because of the leadership qualities of them at all. It's literally just because of their biology. You're saying because they have a certain set of biology that they shouldn't be allowed into a position of leadership.
I think we've stepped outside the frame.
It's none of their policy positions. It's none of their leadership qualities. It's nothing about them as an individual. It's simply just their biological makeup. And you're saying because of their particular biological makeup that they shouldn't be allowed into these positions. You are literally not only an idiot, but a misogynistic piece of shit.
Well, misogynist would mean that I would be negative on them. I'm not technically being negative. I'm saying that.
Wait, yes, you are. You're saying that women should not be allowed into positions of leadership and power because they are women. That's the.
I don't feel that they should be in a presidential or running a country.
Yes, you just said women shouldn't be leaders. You are a fucking misogynist. Don't try to even back up off that label. You are a misogynistic
They do good at
POS.
running companies. They
you
run
are a
companies all the time,
misogynistic
and they do really good at it.
Then what makes you think that they can't run a fucking country?
I don't think they should.
Why?
Because they're emotional and
emotional. No, that position of yours was emotional. You, not based upon any facts, based on any evidence, not based on any reasoning, said that they should not be allowed into those positions of power or leadership. You, based upon your own feelings, said because they have a certain biological makeup that they should be allowed into these positions. So it's actually fucking ironic that you said that women are emotional when you, based upon an emotional position, said that they shouldn't be allowed into a position of leadership. Literally, if Kamala Harris and Donald Trump swapped bodies, you said you would change your vote. You said you wouldn't vote in that circumstance. And that's not based on the policies, the leadership qualities. That's not based on any of the reasonable characteristics that would be associated with leadership. That's just because you're a misogynistic POS that literally doesn't want women because of their particular biological makeup into positions of power. Because you don't give a shit. You don't give a shit about whether or not they're a good leader. You don't give a shit of whether or not they actually represent good leadership qualities. You just cared about representing an idea that people, because of their certain biological makeup, because of their women, specifically from your perspective, that they shouldn't be allowed into positions of power. That's misogyny 101. I'm sorry you didn't fucking learn about this, but that's literally what it is. You have this idea that women, specifically because of their biological makeup, are inferior, but you can't even mention any of the fucking
I didn't say that they're inferior.
Well, you said that they shouldn't be allowed into positions of power.
I said that they shouldn't be the president.
What's up?
That's different. I said they shouldn't be the president. That's different.
Why not? Why not?
Because being the president is an ugly role.
What? Well, are you saying that women should not be allowed to do ugly things?
No, I don't think that they should lower their demeanor.
Okay, do you think women should be allowed to get into the military?
I mean, if they want to, but I don't see why, again, they would lower their demeanor.
Okay, so what do you mean lower their demeanor? What the fuck does that mean?
So men do ugly things. When it comes to the gruesome BS of the world, men do that. Women shouldn't have to. I hold women to a higher standard, to the concept that men should have to do the ugly things and women should be able to do the nice things.
I'm sorry, this is just stupid, right? The reality that...
I mean, you can feel that way.
The reality of the matter is that as human beings in certain situations, we do certain ugly things. That's just the reality.
I mean, as humans, yes, but why should we force women to do ugly things? Like,
no, wait.
I'm gonna make it simple.
Wait. Let me make this simple. No one's forcing women to run for president. Women choose to run for president. You're forcing them not to be in a position of power, such as the position of president, because of the fact that you think that because of their biological makeup, they shouldn't be allowed to do that.
You're kind of forcing the narrative.
No one's forcing that. You're literally making this up as a fucking.
You're forcing the narrative that they should be able to run for it, and nobody wants to sit there and understand the concept that it's an ugly position.
Do you agree that women, based upon their own choices, should be allowed to run for president?
I mean, they can do whatever they want.
Do you think that they should be
Anybody
allowed to
can do whatever
do you
they
think
want.
that if they want to, they should be allowed to become president?
I mean, if they want to run for it, I don't think that a lot of people are going to see it in the same
Now,
frame.
if they want to, should they be president?
If they want to, yeah.
Okay, so then what's
I'm
your
not,
point?
I'm not taking away their choice to try to do
Yes,
it.
you just said that no woman should
No,
be
I said
president.
I wouldn't vote for them.
Okay, why?
Because I think that the presidential position is an ugly position, and they don't need to lower their demeanor to do so.
Okay, do you think women should be allowed to be janitors?
I mean, if they want to.
Okay. Would you ever want a woman to be a janitor if that's what she wants to do?
I don't think she should do it.
If a woman is more qualified to do a certain ugly job, do you think that they should be put into that position of power?
Should they be put, or should they
be allowed
want
to
do
go
it?
into? No.
If they want to do it, fine.
Would you prefer the most qualified candidate gets the job?
Usually, yes.
So would you prefer a more qualified woman or a less qualified man?
With just looking at the status, I would prefer the qualified woman.
Okay. So then when you say that you don't want women and you wouldn't vote for them, then actually in these circumstances in which we could provide a qualified woman and a not qualified man, you would vote for the qualified woman over the not qualified man, right?
I guess there is a possibility.
Bingo.
I'd be a liar to say that there wouldn't be.
Bingo. So then in the situation specifically right here, Kamala Harris is absolutely qualified. Donald Trump is not qualified.
I still wouldn't feel she's qualified.
Okay. What makes you think that?
Whenever I heard her speak or anything like that, I totally disagreed with the way that she went about topics.
Such as? Be specific.
At the moment, I apologize. I don't have anything specific. I'm just being honest. I mean, you got me on a
Well,
whim.
that's
I was scrolling through
embarrassing.
TikTok.
Well, it's honestly embarrassing. Brittany,
It's
thank you for the
embarrassing
$2.
that I
Thank
made
you
a
so much.
decision a couple
It is-
years ago.
No, it's embarrassing that you don't have a single thing that you could say that specifically you think about her that you disagree with, right? You can't even mention.
I mean, I
anything.
came across things years ago and I made my decision. As far as now, my
You didn't-
focus is on what's going on
The
now.
election wasn't years ago; it was 1 year ago.
Okay, I'm focused on what's going on now.
Okay, Soul, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. INGE, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Corolla with the $20 as well. Thank you so much. Absolutely, as always. Gennaro, thank you for the $5. Vader, thank you for the gem gun. Glampire, thank you for the $5 as well. Silence with the 5. Glampire with the 10. Northern, thank you for the 10. Rhonda, thank you for the 10 as well. Who did it? Thank you for the 5. Vo, thank you for the $5 as well. Silence with the 2. And Paige, thank you for the 2 as well. Brittany with the $2 as well. Thank you. And then Coral, thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. All right. Is there anything else you want to say other than like getting dunked on again for saying that women shouldn't be leaders?
I mean, I don't think that it's getting dunked on when I say that I don't feel that they need to be put through that.
You're saying you don't think that they should be quote unquote put through that, like you care about women. Literally, you voted for a guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, right? Can you name one policy that Trump
I mean, he
advocated
hasn't
for?
actually.
Wait.
he
Name one
actually
policy.
hasn't-
Name one
He's
policy.
been accused. He hasn't actually
No,
gone to trial.
He was held civilly
and
liable. Yes, he went to trial. He was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9
Then
people.
why isn't he
for-
in jail?
Because it was a civil court, not a criminal court, because of statute of limitations in the context of New York that says after a certain amount of years that you can't try your abuser for sexual abuse, even regardless of the amount of evidence. So the idea here that you have in your
So
head
with
that
everything
just
else
because
that's
he
come out,
wasn't,
why wouldn't you take
the
him to
idea that
court
you
now?
have in your head that just because he's not in prison, that means that he's not fucking guilty is obviously
you
an
also
absurd
have-
bullshit lie. It's not like
You also have
you're not
Obama
listening.
that's been put into all kinds of stuff. You've had Biden
No,
that's
he
been
hasn't.
put into all kinds
No,
of
he
stuff.
hasn't. When did
Yes,
Obama
they
get?
have.
When was Obama held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
I mean, not in court. I'm saying he's being accused of things.
When?
Just recently, I heard something the other day. Some
also,
junk.
this is-
I'm
this
trying to
isn't-
recall it.
This isn't just an accusation. This is literally him being held civilly liable. And Donald Trump has had 26 different people that have accused him of sexual misconduct. And by the way, I'm not even familiar with a single person that has accused Barack Obama.
I'm trying to recall it. I'm having a hard time.
All right. Well, anything else you want to say before I go on and get off for tonight?
No, you're good.
All right. Bye-bye. Marcia, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Women should be running all countries. Literally, though. Like, honestly, I think our country would be better if we had all women who are leading. To be totally honest, I genuinely think our country would be better if there was only women in positions of power in Congress. Genuinely. If only women voted in the 2024 election, our country would be better off, right? If men lost the right to vote, our country would be better. Now, I'm not advocating for men to lose the right. Like, obviously, I'm a man. I want to be able to have the right to vote. But I acknowledge the reality that men voting has made this country worse, right? At least as of recently. So that's a fact. That's just the reality. So maybe we should let women make these decisions. Maybe women are better at making these decisions than men, you know? It sounds like they are, based upon the data. So thank you, everyone, for coming through. Yoshua, thank you for the $2.50. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, as always. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, links in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate everyone coming through. Tomorrow I should be on live. I probably want to say later in the day. I'll keep everyone updated, though. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. Rodney, thank you for the $5 as well. Have a great night, everyone. Have a great night. Is there anyone... I don't even know if anyone's live right now. But, yeah, thank you, everyone, for coming through. I appreciate everyone so much. Thank you, everyone. I think Carbon's live. Yeah, everyone go to Carbon's live. Go to Carbon. Carbon Says. Jaden's there as well, by the way. Go to Carbon Says with a K. Spam Parker Raid. Spam Love and Parker. And they're on TikTok. I don't think he's on YouTube, but he's on TikTok. Carbon Says with a K. Love y'all. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see everyone tomorrow.